A warm welcome to Sleepy Cat Meditations, and thank you for stopping by. Please know that there is no AI featured in these stories or meditations. I am a real human, a real voice, and a passionate writer with a deep love of storytelling and of sleep. There is far too much AI in this space right now, and it's becoming harder to recognize. So I just wanted to make it abundantly clear that I am human. Sorry to all of you who thought I actually was a cat. That would be very cool, but unfortunately, no. If you would like to enjoy all of my work ad-free and to listen to exclusive content every month, then I provide all of this and more on my Patreon page at patreon.com/sleepycatmeditations. Thank you so much to each and every one of you that has already supported Sleepy Cat along the way. You really do make this dream a reality. And now, I hope you enjoy tonight's creation. A warm welcome to the complete Season 1 collection of your Middle-earth Sleep Saga. Tonight, you will enjoy all 10 episodes from Season 1, accompanied by soft, soothing music to help you drift into an effortless sleep and to build excitement for Season 2. Before we begin, we will do a short relaxation session, preparing you for a good night's sleep. Please remember that there is no right or wrong here, and there is no particular way that you should feel in these moments. Each experience is as unique as us all, so try to let go of any pressure you might be putting on yourself to feel certain things, or perhaps to fall asleep quickly tonight. It doesn't matter if you do or you don't. If you simply follow my voice and allow this story to wash over you, then you will enter a world of deep relaxation where you can rest and recover. So, when you are ready, just feel the eyelids becoming heavier and heavier with each passing blink until they gently close. Remind yourself that this is your time to relax. There is nothing left to do and nothing left to think. The day is done now. Whatever has happened is already in the past, and here, in this moment, the future is beyond our reach. So if thoughts arise about the day or the week that has been, or the days ahead of you, then acknowledge that these thoughts are completely normal and valid. They are part of what makes us human, which is a wonderful thing. But also kindly remind yourself that these thoughts or concerns are of no use to us now, and tonight there is no need to engage with them. They are simply thoughts, as fleeting as shooting stars across a night sky. You are safe tonight, and you are protected. You can be reassured by the fact that my voice and this story will never take you anywhere that is unpleasant. Your sleepy cat is simply here to guide you on your own twilight adventures and to help you enter a world of magic and peace where you can be completely free. And now we will do a short guided breathing pattern called 3-4-5. This will allow you to slow down and relax, preparing your body and your mind for a wonderful, peaceful rest. When you are ready, breathe in through the nose for 3. Hold for 4. And breathe out for 5. Let all of it go now. Again, that's in for 3. Hold for 4. And release, blowing away the thoughts of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Again, in for 3. Hold. And let it go. Continue to breathe in this way in your own time, and with each breath out, allow your body to sink just that bit deeper. And now allow the breath to fall back into a natural rhythm. Enjoy this new peace flowing through your body. And now I hope you enjoy Season 1 of your Middle-earth Sleep Saga. You are standing in the middle of a small field filled with fresh strawberries. Their crops are in long rows at each side of you and stretch as far as you can see. Summer birds glide across the clear blue above you, and the midday sun beats down on your skin. In your hand is a small wicker basket lined with a blue and white cloth and filled with glowing red strawberries. As you lift the basket to your nose, you take a nice, deep breath and smell this beautifully sweet scent. You have just finished a morning's work for the local farmer, and they have allowed you to fill your basket with as many strawberries as you can. You pick 1 or 2 more and finish your last bit of foraging. With the basket filled to the brim, you begin to stroll down the dirt track between the crops and head towards your rowing boat, which is tied up by the river at the end of the road. You fold the remaining blue cloth over the strawberries and close the lid, giving them a little more protection. you arrive at the grassy green bank of the river, and a little way off in the distance you can see the rolling hills of home waiting for your return. You notice that the river runs through the middle of a small forest, which is always an enchanting part of your return journey. You settle in the boat and gently row away from the shore. The water is calm and peaceful, and you are surrounded by long grass and wildflowers on each side of you. Soon enough, you come to the entrance of the forest, and you begin to row through the tall archway of trees, which provides a cooling shade from the hot afternoon sun. As you gently row down the river back towards your village, you notice small rabbits in the bushes and red squirrels climbing the thin trees. It's as if they are guiding you back home and keeping you safe along the way. Rays of sunlight beam through the open patches in the leaves above you, and onto the lake falls a glimmering gold shimmer. As you row around a corner of trees, you can see the wooden dock and the first few houses of your homeland. There are 3 small cottages with perfectly round doors and picket fences of white, brown, and blue. These are nestled under the shallow green hills on the borders of your village. One of these houses sits on the bank of the river by the dock, and a large wooden mill slowly turns in the water as a gentle steam rises from the small brick chimney. As you approach the dock, you tie up your boat and bid a good afternoon to the halfling dockmaster, and you begin to head towards the main village down a thin gravel track, your basket of strawberries safe in your hand. Butterflies and bees cross your path excitedly, as if they have been waiting for your return. On the borders of the village, you come across a freshwater spring filled with crystal clear blue water. You cup your hands in the cool water and take a refreshing drink. You wander over a small wooden bridge and through a tall corridor of green, until at last your eyes feast upon the magical heart of the Shire opening up in front of you. There is a far green country of shallow hills like waves upon the sea, and you can see many more houses built inside the hills. The doors are again perfectly round, and no 2 houses share the same colour. At the top of each house sits a tiny chimney shrouded in grass, which lets out wisps of grey smoke. The people here live a simple life, and a simple life is celebrated. There is no desire for piles of riches or hoarded treasure. Jewels and diamonds are almost unheard of. No, this is a place of comfort and of peace, of family and friendships filled with cheer and song, of wonderful food and a warm home. A land of immortal beauty. There is no sight more perfect. 1 or 2 halflings sit in their gardens enjoying the sun, and others busy themselves gathering firewood, doing the laundry, or cleaning the windows. They have thick curly hair of brown, black, or blonde that covers the tops of their heads and, of course, the tops of their feet. Your eyes follow the long dirt road in front of you as it winds between the hills and curves upwards, until at the very top you can see a single house under the hill, where from the wooden gate there are small stone steps leading up to the round front door of dark green. This is the home of a very famous halfling. As you walk between the emerald hills down the gravel track road, you pass many more of these cozy cottages. There are washing lines with freshly cleaned laundry, shirts, trousers, and dungarees, and waistcoats of many colours swaying in the breeze. Outside each house there are small wooden postboxes, some with many letters stuffed inside, and others are quite empty. It is said that you can always tell a halfling's popularity judging by the size of their postbox. As you walk past 1 or 2 halflings, they greet you with a warm and welcoming smile as they speak your name in a hearty voice and bid you a pleasant day. For you are well known throughout these lands and a dear friend of the little folk. You even have your very own little cottage under your very own little hill. There are colourful flower beds in the gardens and perched in front of the round porthole windows, for all who live here share a love of the natural world, of plants, trees, and animals of all kinds. They all live as one here, and they are connected. Down the track, you see a halfling leading a pony that is pulling a small cart. And as it gets closer, the pony seems to recognize you and gently strokes its head against your shoulder as you pet its furry ears and trace your fingers through its soft mane. You see that the cart is full of vegetables, all of which are ripe and fresh. The halfling is now sat on top of a giant pumpkin in the cart, and as the cart trundles away down the road, the halfling tips their straw hat to you as they puff on their long wooden pipe, a mischievous grin across their face. It has clearly been a great harvest. In the fields to your left, there are many goats, cows, and sheep, and a few more ponies. They graze away at the healthy grass as they roam freely across their shared land. The warm breeze drifts over to you from the fields beyond, and the smell of flowers, meadows, and the summer air are a comfort to you, reminding you that this is where you belong. As you arrive at the middle of the village, you enter through a rickety old gate into a large field where the grass is freshly mown. It is important to keep this field in the best condition, for this is the party field, where halflings and guests celebrate important birthdays and all sorts of exciting festivals, for which there are almost too many to count. In the middle of the field stands an enormous tree, 10 times the size of any other tree across this land, and it is the centerpiece not only of this field, but of the entire village. It is said that the elves of old planted this tree, and it has stood for over 10,000 years. Its trunk is thick and strong, with bright green leaves that pulse in the sunlight. Legend has it that the roots reach all the way to the core of the earth, giving life to this enchanting world around you. You sit for a moment with your back against the tree and enjoy the wonderful surroundings and this fresh, pure air. As you sit, you feel a warmth radiate from the tree. And as this warmth runs into your body, you feel yourself becoming light and free as all of your muscles relax. The tree is absorbing all of your tension, and you feel any worries and thoughts leave your mind and melt into the tree behind you. You have found a new sense of peace. You think this old legend might be true after all. As the afternoon fades into early evening and the sun starts its descent, you realize that there are still parts of your homeland that you would like to see today. And with your basket in hand, you stand up and continue on your journey. A few of the little folk are setting up decorations, stalls and tables across the field. It seems that one day soon there is going to be a big celebration, which you will be sure not to miss. You walk over a small bridge made of grey brick and curved in an arch over the flowing river below. Next to it is a small house with another mill turning in the water. You arrive at a small square near the local tavern. Here you find stalls filled with fresh vegetables and fruit from the harvest, as well as handmade clothing and effects which come from all the different corners of the land. As you stroll through the marketplace, you can hear murmurs of conversation. There appears to be rumors of a wizard spotted on the borders of the land, who will be arriving here tomorrow. A smile creeps across your face as you know this rumor is true. You know this because the wizard is coming to see you. You have a very important trip together in the morning. You wander out of the square, and the sounds of the market fade away as you take a turn down a quieter street on your right, which runs down a hidden country lane. With each step you take, you are becoming more connected to this enchanting land, as you are surrounded by nature once more. At the bottom of this lane is a wooden bench sitting on the bank of the river and overlooking the beautiful meadows beyond. You take a seat, and with your basket on your lap, you open the lid. A red glow and the sweet smell of strawberries hits you and you cannot resist a mini feast of this delicious summer fruit as you relax underneath the sunset and gaze across the golden green horizon. The smooth texture and the sweet taste are a perfect addition to this warm evening. The water is calm here, and this corner of the land is quiet and peaceful. You see one or two fish dashing around under the water, and the birds above you are diving down into the meadows and rising up again as they search for their dinner. This enchanting village never fails to surprise you, as all of a sudden you watch a trio of rainbows appear in front of you. Their colours trace across the sky from right to left, as if they are being freshly painted. You think this might be a present from the wizard, a sign, maybe, to let you know that he is nearby and looking forward to your adventure. You stare in wonder at the multicoloured sky and bathe in the sunset as you feel yourself let go of everything. You watch in amazement as the rainbows begin to fade out of sight and the sky transforms from a golden red sunset into a deep black night, as if by magic. Only a single star is visible at the moment, but it shines as bright as the moon and seems to have an outline of purple and blue. You look down at your basket and realize there are only a few strawberries left, so you decide to save them for the morning, and you begin to walk back through the village and towards your very own home under the hill. The night air is mild, and the gentle breeze is refreshing. The market square is empty now, save for one or two halflings packing away their gear, ready for another day of trade in the morning. The local tavern is on your left, and you notice the soft yellow lights beaming from the windows, and the lanterns outside have now been lit. As you watch someone go inside, you hear a snippet of the songs, the laughter, and the feasting going on in the tavern. It is very tempting to go inside, but you think that tonight you will head straight home. You wouldn't want to be late for the wizard tomorrow by enjoying too much of the gaffer's home brew tonight. As you head back over the stone bridge, you look out across the eternal green country, parted by the thin river and backed by the silver glitter of the night sky. Each of the tiny houses has a small lantern hanging outside their front gate, which glows against their front doors and lights the way on the track road beside them. The stars pepper in white dust against the purple and black as the many constellations pulse with a steady light and are the perfect background to your idyllic village. You take in the night, the houses, the river and the rolling hills, the tavern and the soft lights from the lanterns, and you cannot believe that this wonderful place is your home. As you continue down a gentle slope and round a corner, you see the colour of your front door illuminated by the hanging lantern outside, and a warm, comforting feeling rushes through you as you realise that you are finally home. Your front garden is small and decorated with flower beds in your favourite colours, with an apple tree resting in the corner. There is a patch of grass on the left-hand side with a table and chair, where you often sit on a morning and enjoy your breakfast as you watch the sunrise. Perfectly round steps lead to your perfectly round door, with a brass doorknob in the middle, and all of this is surrounded by a dark brown picket fence. And there is your postbox, packed full of letters. You take out your letters, open the gate, and walk up the steps to your front door. In this beautiful village, everyone takes good care of one another, and as you open your front door, you are met with a soft yellow light and a wave of heat as you notice that the fire has been newly lit for your return, and 1 or 2 candles are giving the room a cosy atmosphere. You realise how blessed you are to be a part of all of this. Your eyes wander round your perfect home, and you see your wood fire crackling away underneath a sturdy mantelpiece full of books and souvenirs from all of your adventures. There is a large, cosy armchair that sits by the fire, your favourite spot in the house. In the middle of the room is a dark green rug, outlined with a red and gold banner, a white horse across the middle, a special gift from the horse lords in the east. The tube-like corridors lead from one room to the next, with a wood-panelled floor that gives off a gentle heat under your bare feet. The walls are a soft cream colour, with thick wooden beams that arch from the floor on one side all the way over to the other, creating a protective shell. You place the letters by your armchair and wander into the kitchen. You put the basket of strawberries on the table, ready for the morning, and you open one of the small porthole windows, taking a deep breath of this healing night air as it flows into your home. The pantry is packed full of fresh ingredients, and you think that one day soon you will host a merry gathering. You wander over to your armchair and take a seat by the fire as you open 1 or 2 of the letters next to you. The first is from the wizard, reminding you of your appointment with the elves tomorrow and urging you to be ready when he arrives. The next has a golden wax seal and comes from the last homely house of the elves. It is from their lord, who hopes that you are well and tells you how much they are looking forward to your visit. There is an excitement in your stomach as you think of all the wonderful adventures that you have ahead of you. you look around your cozy cottage with the log fire burning and the night air drifting in, creating a perfect temperature coupled with this peaceful atmosphere. Your thoughts drift to the day that you have had, from the strawberry fields to your rowboat journey home through the forest, the enchanting elven tree, and your relaxing walk around your wonderful homeland. There are no worries and no burdens in these parts. This is a land of peace and a home of comfort. You know that you belong here. This is your very own house under the hill. It will always be here for you, and you can return to this land whenever you need to. The fire is fading now, and your eyes have become heavy as you feel yourself drifting off. You wander down the round corridor, half asleep, until you reach your room at last. There is your 4-poster bed, freshly made and ready for you. As you climb into bed, you wrap yourself in this thick, warm duvet, and you remember that the wizard once placed an enchantment on your pillow, making sure that all of your dreams would be kept safe and beautiful. With your bedroom window slightly open, you can hear the faint music of the stars, and their enchanting sound lulls you deeper and deeper. You lie there, sleepy but excited, for you know that tomorrow you will journey with the wizard to visit the hidden valley of the elves. You have so much ahead of you. You are safe. You are warm. And you are free. You give any remaining thoughts permission to leave you now, and you can rest peacefully and dream of beautiful things. You find yourself waking up in your 4-poster bed, wrapped in a thick white duvet that gives off a soothing warmth. You are in your house under the hill in the corners of the Shire. The sun has not risen yet, but outside the round porthole window you see trees and bushes swaying in the breeze, and the soft, cool light of the morning drifts into your room. You stumble out of bed, dress yourself for the day ahead, and wander into the kitchen. The wooden floor has a warmth of its own, which sends a soft vibration through the soles of your feet. In the kitchen, you take the cast iron kettle, fill it with water, and place it on the rack above the cobbled stone fire. You take a small blue mug from the shelf and put your favourite tea leaves into a tiny sieve that you rest on top of the mug. Through the open window, you notice a few stray leaves and branches from your garden are beginning to creep inside. You take your garden scissors from the drawer and trim back the imposing greenery. From your garden, the smell of roses and lavender drifts into the kitchen, coupled with the cool morning breeze. Behind you, the water begins to bubble away, and you take the nearest tea towel, remove the pot from the stove, and pour it through the tea leaves into your mug. On the table, you spot the wicker basket filled with the remaining strawberries from yesterday's foraging. You carry the basket in one hand and your freshly made tea in the other as you wander down the tube-like corridor and out of your perfectly round front door into the crisp morning air. Your garden is full of beautiful spring flowers of many colours that sit in flower beds around the edge of your garden, surrounded by a brown picket fence, and the apple tree sits on your right. You walk over to the wooden table and chair on your left and place down your strawberries and your tea. You notice in the apple tree a baby red squirrel carefully walking along a thin branch. As you approach the tree, the tiny squirrel seems to lose its balance and is now holding on tight to the branch as its legs dangle below. Instantly, you place your hand under the animal, and in complete trust, the squirrel lets go and lands safely in your palm. The tiny red ball of fluff looks up at you, its nose twitching ever so slightly as it sniffs its new surroundings. You reach your free hand into your pocket and remove a few nuts and seeds that you normally leave for the birds and begin to feed the squirrel in your hand. As you take a seat, you place the squirrel at the other side of the table and pour a few more seeds into a small pile in front of it. The sun begins to rise over the distant hills now, and a warm golden light washes over you. You gaze across the eternal green in front of you, with the rolling hills filled with many cottages underneath, and a crystal blue river running through the middle. As you sip your morning tea and devour the sweet strawberries, the squirrel sits nearby, nibbling on their seeds, as you both enjoy the sunrise. The world is beginning to wake up, and you can see a few halflings ploughing in the fields or planting new vegetables. Ponies and sheep roam the grassier fields nearby, and birds of many colours sweep across the morning sky. In the distance, you hear the sound of a horse and cart approaching, and the faint sound of someone humming a happy tune. Faint though it may be, you recognise the voice immediately, and a smile creeps across your face. As the brown and white horse comes into view, you see the old wizard perched in the cart, wearing his long bluey grey robe with specks of dirt along the bottom and a big pointy hat, looking like the pilgrim he is so often called. His thick grey beard flows down his chest, and he puffs on a long wooden pipe. At first, the wizard does not seem to notice you, but then, under the brim of his hat, you see his piercing blue eyes flick to meet yours, and he gives you a mischievous wink with the twitch of a smile. He asks in an airy sort of way if you are ready to leave. You stand up with a smile, run indoors and grab your rucksack before heading back outside and proudly holding it up for the wizard. He nods his head in approval and gestures for you to pop it in the cart next to his staff. You look back to the table where your new friend is watching you curiously. You take another handful of seeds and place them in front of the squirrel to let them know that they are welcome in your garden any time. You stroke the top of their head and they sniff your hand affectionately before they are distracted by this second breakfast in front of them. You place a small cloak over your shoulders, close your door, and pick 2 of the ripest apples from the tree. You throw one to the wizard and jump into the cart. His tall but gentle figure looms over you, and you feel safe in his presence. The wizard gives a low whistle to the horse, and you set off down the gravel track road in front of you. As you pass by a few halflings, some bid you a wonderful adventure, and some look at the wizard disapprovingly, for it is seen as unnatural for Shire dwellers to venture beyond their own borders. But you are no ordinary Shire dweller. You are a friend of elves, men, dwarves, halflings, and wizards alike, and you have many adventures coming your way. You cross over the wooden bridge on the borders of your homeland and journey into the wild. The rolling hills of home grow faint on the horizon, and the world is ahead of you. You ride through a small woodland filled with tiny streams, where the water runs steadily through a jagged labyrinth of rock. You arrive at a small town fortified by a wooden wall and filled with thatched roofs, old stonework, and smoky chimneys protruding over the top of the wall. It is an old town and used as a place of trade for surrounding villages, or a place of rest for many a wandering traveller. As you ride around the borders of the town and further on your adventure, the wizard tells you of his journey to meet you, and how in the midst of a thunderstorm he took shelter in an old inn within these walls. In that moment, you begin to feel the early droplets of rain. The wizard casts a quick spell, and a small canopy extends from the back of the cart all the way over your head, keeping you warm and dry. Your journey takes you over a series of flat meadows in yellow and green squares, dotted with tall oak trees standing proudly. It is only just full morning now, and the sun stands low but bright, casting long shadows across the meadows as the rain continues to tap against the canopy above you. The wizard puffs upon his pipe, never removing it from his lips as you watch the smoke seep out the corners of his mouth in a silky ripple. He tilts his head to you, and with a smile as warm as the sun, he tells you just how well you are looking and that he is delighted to be with you today. His presence is a comfort like nothing else. It's as if he gives off a very gentle glow, and when he places a comforting hand on your shoulder, there is a warmth that radiates from him. This warmth from the wizard begins to soothe and relax your shoulders before it spreads up into your neck and head and all the way down through your body into the tips of your toes. You feel yourself becoming heavier, and your mind becomes clear and free from all concerns. There is a new peace within you now, and you feel completely safe. You think you may have fallen into a short sleep, because when you open your eyes, what stands before you now are large snow-capped mountains a little way off in the distance, and you are riding along a grassy plain filled with many rocks. Some are only small, but others tower high above you and seem to have hidden nooks and crannies. The wizard tells you that there are many secret paths along this road, and he just needs to find the right one. You arrive at a clearing surrounded by 3 huge rock formations whose distance to each other forms a perfect triangle. You begin to sense something very different about the air around you. It has become light and clear, as if full of magic and wonder. You share a look with the wizard, and the twinkle in his eye suggests what you already know. This is the place. With a soft, low voice, the wizard casts a spell with his staff. The rock in front of you seems to have separated in half, creating a doorway through the middle. At the end of this doorway is a warm yellow light, and it seems to call out for you to journey forward, elf friends, for you are most welcome here. The horse sets off without a prompt from the wizard, for it is as eager as you to visit this place, and the cart begins to roll through the doorway and into the narrow corridor between tall white rocks that is filled with an enchanting air. You are entering a secret world, hidden away from all evil and open only to those who bring with them peace. As you reach the end of the white corridor, the world opens up in front of you once again. But now what lies before you is a golden valley and a hidden elven sanctuary. There are beautiful white buildings nestled in the valley, with pointed roofs that are held up by twirling pillars of pure white and in between the buildings are patches of emerald green trees with flowers in all the colours of the rainbow. Tall, delicate towers of silvery white stand above the rest, keeping watch over this sacred land. The elven palace of white sits in the middle of the mountain valley, halfway up the rock face, and through the middle runs a crystal blue waterfall which forks down the rest of the valley. All of this is surrounded by steep cliffs that are filled with thick trees and smaller waterfalls. Down a short path in front of you, there is an arched stone bridge that leads to the heart of the last homely house of the elves. The sunlight beams across in a perfect spotlight on the small kingdom, as if this place was made to harness all of nature's beauty. A place of wonder and heavenly purity, where no evil has ever been, nor will ever be. A land of peace, of light, and of hope. You have left the cart now, and two tall elves with kind angelic faces take the wizard's horse off to their stable, where you can be sure it will receive the kindest treatment and the tastiest food a horse could wish for. The wizard leads you over the stone bridge, and as you look to your left, you see another waterfall in the distance, nestled between two green hills and backed by a golden sunlight. At the entrance to this land, underneath a silvery white archway, stands the elven lord, with a thin crown upon his head and a long ruby robe that sits effortlessly on his shoulders and stops just above the ground. Next to him is his daughter, who is the lady of the land and has the warmest smile of all the elves. A white headpiece weaves through her thick black hair that is almost the length of her glowing silver dress, which the wizard tells you is made from fallen stardust. Of course, you have been here before, and you are a most welcome friend. The Lord takes your hand in his, and you each give a short bow as he welcomes you to his home. The lady of the land gives an infectious laugh, showing her delight at seeing you again. She holds out her arms to you, and you sink into her warm embrace. She is a very dear friend to you, and gives you the feeling of being protected, like an eternal guardian who will always be there for you. You arrive first at a small garden where the grass is almost gold and warm under your feet. There are thin white trees with colourful fruit hanging freely. The lady tells you this is the sacred fruit of her people and can only be eaten on the Elven New Year. There is a small fountain of carved stone filled with silvery blue water. The Lord takes out a small chalice, dips it in the water, and hands it to you. The healing waters of his people, he tells you, will cleanse your mind of any troubling thoughts. As you drink the enchanted water, you feel your mind becoming clear as all of your worries are washed away from you. They fade out of sight and can no longer be seen. It is a mesmerizing garden full of powerful enchantments that allow you to feel completely safe. For this land knows no evil, and the light of the elves is eternal and strong. You are guided up large stone steps by the Lord and Lady, and they tell you that you are free to explore to your heart's content as they head off to speak with the wizard. But the lady reminds you that there will be a banquet later on, which you are not to miss. You arrive at large but delicate doors with beautiful carvings as old as the first age of this world. You come to a beautiful hall of silver and white. Large windows cover the ceiling, and it almost feels like you are still outside as the natural light of the world beams down and you see the tops of the trees swaying above you. A single torch stands proudly in the middle. The flames flicker in varying colors of red, blue, and orange, and provides a gentle warmth for the entire room. There are perfectly curved archways that line the walls, and nestled inside are many alcoves. Some are filled with beautiful and mysterious plants of blue, yellow, or purple, and others are filled with displays of the finest elven armor, gold-plated, strong but delicate. Cloaks of blue, red, or green hang from the shoulders, and a beautifully carved helmet rests on top. You pass one or two tall, enchanting elves, some of whom recognize you and give you a warm smile and a low bow. You see in front of you a large semicircle of white bookshelves illuminated by beams of sunlight where specks of dust dance in the gold. As you delicately remove one of the books, you blow the thin layer of dust from the cover. The writing is a language you do not recognize, but as you flick carefully through the old parchment, you see enchanting runes and symbols that were written and created by a race of elves long departed from this world. There are even drawings of old maps which date back over 4,000 years. You hold a magical and sacred history in the palm of your hand. You place the book back on the shelf and move on through a small wooden door that leads to a courtyard outside. The courtyard is lined with grey stone and white columns. Vines with flowers spiral round the columns next to you and spread up onto the open canopy of the courtyard. There are small trees in large pots that contain tiny purple fruit and give off a wonderful smell. The courtyard feels older than other parts of this house and full of memory. you wander up a few stone steps where there seems to be a platform at the top. And as you get closer, you realize it is something else entirely. It is a statue of a cloaked elven priest holding a shield across both of his arms with a grey cloth laid over it. And on the shield there is a sword that has been broken into many fragments. The hilt is on the right, and the shattered blade is placed in neat formation across the shield. Behind you is a huge tapestry depicting the King of Men slaying the mightiest of foes and freeing the world from its evil. The king holds in his hand the same sword that now rests upon the shield. The sword is too precious to risk touching, and you wander back through the courtyard and up a thin spiral staircase with decorative carvings on the wall. Pictures of the elves awakening the trees of old and singing to the stars. You arrive at the top of the stairs and head through an open stone archway onto a small balcony. There is a cream-coloured floor of warm stones, and the railing is pure white. In front of you is the most breathtaking sight of all. Illuminated by the early sunset, 2 golden and red waterfalls flow seamlessly through the emerald green valley and into the huge lake below, topped by the snow-capped mountains in the distance. The wizard appears on your right as if by magic, and he joins you as you both lean on the railing and gaze out over the enchanting kingdom of white gold. The trees are grouped together with multicoloured leaves of green, brown, orange, and yellow. Evening birds glide across the valley, a silhouette of freedom. You are witnessing the unlimited beauty of this world, and as you take a deep breath of this magical elven air, you remind yourself that there will always be good on this earth, and there will always be hope. As you enjoy this perfect palace of peace, nestled in the evergreen mountains and forests, you turn to the wizard and thank him for bringing you back here. He looks at you with a twinkle in his eye and reminds you that you deserve this time of rest. You watch in amazement as the wizard, still puffing on his pipe, begins to blow peculiar and magical clouds of smoke. First, there is a series of dark grey rings, each one smaller than the last, and they pass through each other like waves of silk. The wizard then blows the shape of a magical horse galloping through the rings. Next comes a mighty dragon of smoke, which almost glows red on its belly as it circles above you, although it is no bigger than your hand. And finally, the wizard blows a delicate sailing boat that seems to be perfectly on top of the lake, and you watch it sail away into the golden red horizon, where the bottom of the valleys meet in the middle. You realize the air has become still now, and nighttime is almost upon you. The wizard places a hand on your shoulder and leads you to the right through an open-top corridor of white archways with a canopy of leaves above you. You round a corner and come at last to a white banquet hall overlooking the beautiful scenery and lit by soft yellow candles and the last light of the setting sun. The table is covered with a freshly made silk cloth and decorated with the finest silverware. There are silver jugs with long, thin spouts filled with water or wine from the finest elven vineyards. The lady of the house gives you an eager smile, and she pats the chair next to her, inviting you to join her. As you take a seat, she pours you a drink and asks you to tell her all about your day. In that moment, an elf places in front of you a silver tray covered with a lid. As they lift the lid, you are met with a beautiful smell, and you see that the elves have prepared your favorite dish, cooked to perfection. At the head of the table, the elven lord gives you a warm, mischievous smile and asks if you really thought they would forget about their special guest tonight. As you join in with the feasting, you take your time with your meal and savor every bite of this wonderful banquet. This enchanting and magical place is perfect for any occasion. You can host a merry feast with singing and dancing. You can enjoy hundreds of fantastical stories by a warm fire that have been passed down for thousands of years. Or you can sit in peace and quiet and read or write or simply be with yourself. The lady of the house leans over to you as if to confide in you a secret. Instead, you are met with a flutter of joy as she tells you that if you would like to, you can come and live in this hidden valley and become a permanent resident of the last homely house. There will always be a warm and cozy bed waiting for you here whenever you are ready. With all of the beautiful distractions around you, you hadn't realized that the sun has completely set and the night descends upon the house. Outside the open archways, you can see the waterfalls and the lake glistening with the light of the moon. The tables are cleared as the banquet comes to an end, and you decide to take a walk in the moonlight. You thank your hosts for a wonderful dinner and wander out of the banquet hall into the still of the night. You walk along a curved and open platform that slopes very gently down to the ground, where you see scattered leaves shuffling in the soft breeze. As you reach the ground, you can see right across the lake and deep into the valley. the eternal waterfalls continue to flow, and the moon glows high in the sky, casting a healing light upon you. Surrounding the moon is a glitter of stars. They sparkle at different moments, giving a ripple effect to the silvery sky. To your right, you spot the stable where many of the horses are already asleep. You decide to visit your old friend who brought you here today. As you approach the stable, the wizard's horse sees you coming and begins to patter their feet excitedly. You place a hand on the horse's nose and softly stroke their mane. You can tell that they have been well looked after by the elves, pampered even, as you notice their hair has been freshly cleaned and their mane is as smooth as silk. You remember that the apple you picked this morning is still in your pocket, and you offer it to the horse with an open palm. The horse enjoys their late night treat, and once they are finished, they stroke their head against your shoulder, and you give the horse a warm embrace. You bid them a good night and begin to wander back to the house. On your left, you see an archway made of small white branches and decorated with bright blue flowers. Underneath the archway stands the lady of the last homely house, giving you a comforting smile. She offers you a hand and invites you into her garden of starlight, where you can relax and fall asleep underneath the even star. You follow the lady down the thin grassy path in her secret garden. There are small blossom trees full of a mismatch of white and pink flowers. As you walk through the garden, the grass underneath you is as soft as a cloud, and it begins to envelop your feet and send a beautiful warmth through your body. As you come to an open clearing lit by the moon, you see a solitary chair that has been carved into white stone and filled with blankets and cushions. Bright green bushes house many colourful flowers and berries and give the garden a beautiful outline, where in the middle sits a peaceful pond with one or two lily pads circling in the water. You take a seat and lie back in the chair as you gaze up at the night. Your vision is circled by the tops of the trees, and above you is the silver light of the even star. It stands proud in the middle of the purple and black, shining pure and bright. It is surrounded by a swirling white glitter, and you can imagine that the even star might be singing its very own song and providing the music of the stars. The elves of old used to worship the stars, the lady tells you, and her people still do. They are seen as the sacred light. They carry wisdom, courage, memory, and hope. They are the givers of life, and they are the key to understanding and connecting to this beautiful world. The stars, she tells you, hold all the answers. The lady is standing by the pond, staring up to the night, and is surrounded by a white aura. One or two stars are beginning to float down very slowly into the garden. As the stars get nearer, they break up into tiny particles of white dust, and this dust begins to surround the magical elf maiden. It is a heavenly thing to witness. The lady seems to catch the stardust in her hands, and she walks over to where you are resting. As she passes you, she lets the stardust trickle over your body, and you begin to feel all of your muscles relax. Your feet become soft and heavy. Your ankles become loose. The stardust softens your calves and relaxes your knees. Your thighs become warm and heavy, free from all tension. Your stomach muscles soften and release. The muscles in your back are unraveling as any tension is melted away. As the stardust lands on your ribcage, you feel a new openness in your chest. Your shoulders and neck are letting go of all control as you feel your whole body become heavy. You have become one with the elven stars. The lady takes the remaining stardust and begins to sprinkle it over your head. All the muscles in your face become soft and open. Then you begin to feel any remaining thoughts leave your mind. The stars have taken your thoughts for the night, and you can be free now. You can let go of everything. You feel yourself being cleansed by the even star. The lady tells you to rest here tonight, that she and the stars will watch over you. You are safe here in this land, and you are protected in this garden of glitter. the light of the even star will guide your dreams tonight, and you will heal your body, your mind, and your soul. You are free to let go and to be one with the magical powers of the elves and the stars. You wake up from a short nap to the sound of lapping water, a soft breeze, and a gentle bird song in the distance. With your eyes closed, you smell the cool waters of the river, the damp wood from your little boat, the hint of spring flowers, and, unusually, the faint whiff of tobacco. And then a homely comfort fills your heart as you hear the low humming voice of your wizard, your oldest and dearest friend. You open your eyes to meet the gaze of your gentle old wizard. He greets you with the twitch of a smile and a subtle wink as he puffs tight-lipped on his long wooden pipe. He paddles your boat down a beautiful river, and as your eyes adjust, you take in every piece of this enchanted land. The water is marbled with turquoise and sapphire, and peppered with a silver starlight. Scattered along the shore is a collection of colourful pebbles, creating a beautiful mosaic on the pure white sand. The great river carves through the landscape in front of you, and a thick green woodland protects you on both sides. There is a strange but curious radiance from the trees, and it's as if these wonders of nature are calling out to you. The sky is clear, but for the odd wisps of cloud floating across the endless blue above. Far off in the distance are the faint silhouettes of snow-capped mountains tracing the horizon. And as you sit here opposite your old companion, surrounded by the picture-perfect scenery, you begin to remember how you arrived here. It was yesterday morning when the old wizard rapped on the door of your little house under the hill, waking you from a peaceful Shire slumber. He came bearing good news. You have been invited as a special guest to the land of the elves deep within the golden wood. The wizard, being your trusty guardian, felt obliged to accompany you on this adventure, and after a long journey through the rolling hills of home, you came across an idle boat, carved from a silver oak tree, and perfectly smooth to the touch. The last memory you have is simply drifting along calm waters, wrapped in a soft blanket and guarded by the ancient moon. And here you are, another day and another adventure with your wonderful wizard, ready to journey into a new world entirely. In the next moment, you feel yourself banking to the right as the wizard steers you away from the great river. Your boat threads down a small stream, heading towards a tunnel of trees. The light of the sun fades, the birdsong is no more, and you are met with a gentle stardust drifting through the air. The leaves of the forest are a soft blue now, pulsing with a silver glow. The water below is covered by a thin layer of white mist. You trace your hand through the haze, and a cool vibration trickles through your fingers. Bit by bit, you feel a deep and powerful magic envelop the woodland. The atmosphere is rich and thick, and a new heaviness begins to fill your body. You breathe in this healing air, slow and deep. You find yourself letting go of all thoughts and all worries. You are entering a world of peace, and you know that these thoughts no longer serve you here. And with this realization comes the beautiful feeling of total release. You can let everything go now as you drift through this blue and silver haven. A deep sense of peace and comfort runs through your body, softening your heart and your mind. You wonder what kind of magic can evoke such beautiful sensations. As if hearing your thoughts, the wizard turns to you with a smile. "It is the Lady of the Wood," he whispers. "She cannot be far away." And then, right on cue, the leaves around you begin to transform, turning from a rich blue to a soft, shimmering gold. A new light glows through the trees now, as if radiating from the earth itself. It is a light of hope, of love, and of deep magic. And then, emerging through the golden trees, are tall angelic figures with long flowing hair and backed by a soft light. You cannot believe it. The elves. They stand tall and proud among the trees, shrouded in long cloaks of grey and blue. They watch over you with kind eyes, and an earthly enchantment radiates from them. This land is singing now with the deep magic of the old earth and the magic of the elves. Your guardians have all the features of youth and innocence, but these wonderful folk are blessed with immortality, and many of them are almost as old as the earth itself. As this woodland symphony continues, you feel your boat begin to float above the ground, and the waters slowly disappear as you glide through the trees. The magic of the elves runs through your body, and a weightlessness washes over you as you let go of any holding on tonight. As you venture deeper into the forest, the trees grow taller, the trunks grow thicker, and the leaves are a sea of shimmering gold, like a collection of magical fireflies flickering above you and peppering the land with a beautiful, soft glow. Wrapped around the trees are spiraling staircases of hand-carved wood. They tower up into the depths of the treetops. Many elves line the twisting stairs, gazing down on you with a smile as they sing as one with this enchanted forest. You are drifting through the borders of the golden wood, home to the Lady of Light. It is unlike anything you have ever seen, and you feel privileged to witness this magic unfold. You cannot help but feel as though you have been here before. A familiar, homely comfort washes over you, and you allow this new magic to lift you just that bit higher as you let go just that bit more. The wizard admits it is rare for the elves to put on such a display, and even he does not usually receive such a welcome. You truly are a guest of honor. And then, bit by bit, you feel yourself coming back down. Your little boat has disappeared now, and instead your feet land on the huge golden leaves of the forest floor. The soft, silk-like texture of the ground envelops your feet, filling your toes with a beautiful warmth. All around you now is a woodland kingdom, singing with an elvish symphony and filled with a golden starlight. You have arrived. The old wizard places a hand on your shoulder, and you look up at him with a beaming smile. Somehow, the lines on his face have softened, and a youthful radiance lives in his eyes again. And you can feel it too. Any stiffness is melting away, and a childlike wonder fills your heart as you gaze around this majestic land. Enormous trees tower above you, each with their own spiral staircase. Among the different levels, you can see hand-carved houses built within the trees. The treetops are pulsing with a golden glow, and a soft stardust mingles through the air. To your left, a waterfall cascades out of the woodland into a small silver lake. A white haze swirls above the water, and there, through the mist, you see two elves tying up your boat. As you turn back around, you are met by the soft face of a tall, proud elf. He dons a grey cloak and hood, with thin, delicate armour covering his chest, shoulders, and forearms. A huge wooden bow rests on his back, with a satchel of arrows at his side. Here is the captain and commander of the wood, second only to the lord and lady. As the elf captain removes his hood, his golden hair frames his face with a soft glow, and he greets you with a half bow, welcoming you to the kingdom of the woodland elves. You return the bow and admit your surprise but deep honor to receive such an invitation. The captain reassures you that any friend of the wizard is a friend of the elves, and they have been looking forward to your arrival. This elf will be your guide tonight, taking you high up into the treetops and to the palace of the lord and lady. But first you must eat, he adds, and gather your strength. From under his cloak, the elf reveals a parcel wrapped in dark green leaves, tied with string. This is the bread of our kin, he tells you. One small bite is enough to fill the stomach of a grown man. It is made deep within the enchanted wood, where no mortal has ever stepped foot, and the magic within this bread will cleanse your mind and fill you with a renewed strength. You unwrap the parcel and remove a thick white bread with a lovely golden crust. It is freshly baked and still warm to the touch. You break it open and take your first bite. The bread is soft and fluffy with a beautiful buttery flavor. There is a deep satisfaction in the pit of your stomach, like a mini fire bubbling away, filling you with a comforting warmth. You feel this warmth rise into your chest and pulse with a beautiful radiance. It trickles through your body, down into your legs and feet, along your arms, and up into your head. For a moment, you have forgotten where you are. Your eyes are closed, and you are feeling every single beautiful sensation running through you. You take a deep breath and smile at this wonderful moment. As your senses come back to the golden wood, the elf captain cannot help but chuckle at your reaction. You can see the flashes of an old memory in his eyes, and he tells you that he can remember taking his first bite of this wonderful bread as a small elf child over 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years! You suddenly find yourself marveling at the smoothness of his skin and the glow of his young eyes bubbling with energy. The magic of the elves really is remarkable. With another bow, the captain bids you follow his lead, and with an excited smile to your wizard, you shadow the elf through the wood, your feet treading on the soft floor of the forest. you walk through a series of white wooden archways, delicately carved with elegant patterns and inscribed with old Elvish script. The archways are wrapped in pink and blue flowers, and a beautiful smell dances through the wood. With every breath you take, you find yourself becoming just that bit more relaxed. And then you arrive at the most majestic tree you have ever seen. It appears to be wrapped in the most delicate starlight and pulses with a soft radiance. Its twisted trunk towers above you, disappearing above the golden treetops. Your elf guardian turns to you, smiling at your wide-eyed wonder. This tree, he tells you, was the very first to grow here, and it is the center of all life on Earth. It was the elves who brought it to life through an ancient song that lasted over 100 years, and from it this enchanted woodland was born. For a moment, you are daunted by the seemingly endless journey to the top of the tree, but the kind elf places a hand on your shoulder, and with a subtle smile, he reassures you that the climb is far easier than it looks. After a slight hesitation, you take your first step, and as soon as your foot touches the pure white wood, you feel yourself lifting ever so slightly above the ground, until you are no longer walking, but floating up this twisting stairway. You are simply a passenger now. You do not even have to try. The old magic of the forest is bringing you up to the top of the tree and towards the golden palace. You drift effortlessly higher and higher and gaze out through the woodland, peppered with stardust. Down below, you can see the waterfall and the small lake. There are many elves mingling on the forest floor, crafting tools and instruments, foraging for fruit of the forest, and tending to this ancient land. It's as if these wonderful folk are completely at one with this golden wood. Everything works in perfect harmony. Already you feel that you belong here. You feel safe and protected, and this magical world is already healing your body, your mind, and your soul. Before you know it, you arrive at the top of the tree and find yourself inside a beautiful palace of magic. But this palace is not like those of the old fairy tales. It is subtle, subdued, and elegant, and it is all the more beautiful for it. Delicate white woodwork arches above and around you, carved in the most intricate detail. Thin curtains with a misty blue haze flutter in the gentle breeze, and the wooden floor is veiled with a blanket of silver moonlight. There are 2 small water fountains flowing in a beautiful spiral. The water is a pure sapphire peppered with tiny crystals of white. Up here, the light has turned from a rich gold into a soft blue and silver. A canopy of leaves creates an enchanting dome above you, and there, through the gaps, you can see the first stars peeping through. The wizard places a hand on your shoulder and leads you over to 2 empty thrones, backed by a thin white veil. Your heart flutters as you sense the presence of a deep and powerful magic pulsing through the palace and resonating in your chest. And then the veil parts in the middle, revealing a soft white light, and a wave of nerves washes over you. The light slowly fades, and you are met by the Lord and Lady of the Golden Wood. Their delicate regality is coupled with an unspeakable kindness and the wisdom of 1,000 years. Your nerves fade to a beautiful comfort. You are honored to be in the presence of such high and magical beings, and you cannot help but smile. The beauty and grace of this Lord and Lady is undeniable, and your elf captain leads you all into a low bow as you gently drop to one knee. With your eyes to the floor, you feel the Lady of Light approach you. Her magic is like nothing you have ever felt before. It ripples through you like a heavenly starlight, filling you with absolute peace. And then you feel a smooth hand taking your chin and lifting up your head. As you stare into the dazzling blue eyes of the Golden Lady, you feel a deep, healing love filling your heart. A gentle glow pulses around her, and you'd be forgiven for thinking that you had just met your first angel. She smiles softly, and just the simple touch of her hand evokes feelings of safety. You know that under the watchful eye of this enchanting elf, you are completely protected. And then, without moving her lips, the Lady of the Wood speaks to you, as if calling out to your very soul. You are so welcome here, my lovely friend of the Shire. Please lay down your troubles and leave your worries behind. I see you. I truly see you, and here we can wash away any burdens that you carry with you. I see the warmth of your heart, the beauty of your soul, and all the wonderful things you have to offer. So please, it is time to be kind to yourself. You deserve happiness, and here you will find the comfort that you seek, for there is a magic within you too. This is your sanctuary, and you will leave this land refreshed, renewed, and at peace, free to return whenever you need to. You take a deep breath and allow all these beautiful words to fill your heart. You enjoy this wonderful moment shared only between you and this ethereal elf. You can feel the Golden Lady's healing magic coursing through you. Your mind becomes clear and uncluttered. Your breath is free. Your body is relaxed, and there is a smile on your face. You vow from here on in to treat yourself with love, empathy, and respect, as you would your very best friend, for that is what you deserve. In the next moment, the lady invites you to visit her enchanted orchard. It is a journey that will take you deep into the forest as you float over the treetops. Once there, you can lie beneath the moon and float among the stars as you dream away the night. Tomorrow is a day of merriment and adventure, but for now the night is closing in and starlight awaits you. The wizard kneels down to meet you now, and you share a warm embrace. He tells you that he could not wish for a better companion to share in his adventures, and that you deserve this time of peace with the Lady of the Wood. Go now and be comforted, he adds with a warm smile. Before you leave, you turn to your elf captain and give a low bow. You thank him for bringing you here and for welcoming you to his homeland. You hope to see him again soon. As the captain returns your bow, he tells you that tomorrow morning you shall be reunited. Together you will journey through the Golden Wood, and he will craft you your very own elven instrument. With a hand on your shoulder, he tells you that you are welcome to visit him any time. His home is always open to you. With a renewed excitement, you follow behind the Lady of the Wood. Her flowing golden hair is almost as long as her smooth white dress that trails along the floor and pulses with a soft light. Suddenly, a door of golden leaves opens up before you, and you step out onto a white wooden walkway as you enter the blue and black night. Ahead of you now are a series of arched bridges carved from the same white wood and protected by powerful elven enchantments, enchantments as old as the earth. You are completely safe up here, guarded by the new starlight above as you glide gently over the forest. Surrounding you in every direction is a sea of endless treetops, peppered with rich gold leaves that pulse under the healing light of the moon. It gives the effect of moonlight on water, twinkling far off on the distant horizon. The enchanted air is at its purest form up here. With every breath you take, you feel its healing energy filling your lungs and running through your body. As you continue your journey over the treetops, the Lady of the Wood tells you the story of how the elves came to be. The stars awoke the elves from an endless slumber, calling them to life. For many years, long before the sun and moon were created, the elves wandered the earth under the light and music of the stars. And this is how the elves learned the enchanted symphonies that could bring the first trees to life. With the trees came the sun and moon, and from there the entire world was blooming with new life. The dust from the very first star lives within all the elves now, blessing the lady and her kin with immortality. The life of the elves will continue until the very last star ceases to be. You gaze up at the vast cosmos of glitter, peppered with infinite stars. With a smile, you reassure her that time is clearly a long way off, and the lady cannot help but laugh at your innocence, agreeing with your prediction. She will live on through many more ages of this land, for she is one of the sacred guardians of the earth. And now, she adds with a smile, she is a guardian of you. You feel so lucky to be here, side by side with this enchanting elf, and surrounded by a golden haven of tranquility. Here, in this wonderful place, nothing else matters. And just then, the next bridge descends down into the treetops, and you begin to enter a new world. The starlight disappears, and you are drifting through a tunnel of leaves, guiding your way with tiny golden spotlights. You arrive at a white fence sealed with a wooden gate. Beyond the gate is a collection of trees, only waist high, but bursting with colourful fruit like nothing you have ever seen before. The orchard floor is carpeted with rich green grass, shimmering with emerald. With a wave of her hand, the golden lady casts a spell, and the white gate swings open. You follow behind her delicate footsteps and wander through the path of little trees. The smell that envelops you now is divine, and the colourful fruit are soft to the touch. They float in pulsing orbs of purple, yellow, green, and red, and each one looks as equally tantalizing. The lady turns to you with a smile and a raise of her eyebrows. She tells you the fruit is almost ready to eat, and to be patient now. Tomorrow morning it will be the perfect breakfast. As you round a corner of trees, the the sky opens up once again, and you arrive at a large grassy clearing illuminated by the silver spotlight of the moon. To your right, a small waterfall trickles into a stream that runs past your feet. In the middle of the clearing, you see a collection of thick elven blankets atop a carved stone bed of pure white. With a gesture and a smile, the Golden Lady encourages you to rest now. She will watch over you tonight, and her enchantments will heal your body, restore your energy, and soothe your heart. And just then, she reveals a small glass vial in the shape of a small pear and glowing like a tiny moon. The glass is engraved with ancient markings, and inside is a pool of silver water. Within this vial is the very first light of the elves. It is a precious, precious thing, given only to those that are truly loved by her people, and she would like you to have it as a token of your new friendship. Let it be a light for you, she adds, when all other lights go out. With thanks, you take the vial from the lady. It is cool to the touch, and the glass glows with intensity. You can feel the magic of the elves in the palm of your hand. The lady whispers an old elvish prayer, and the light begins to dim. All you have to do, she tells you, is speak her name into this vial, and the light will appear once again. You slip the vial into your pocket and thank her for her kindness tonight. One final gift, she adds, and for the first time there is mischief in her eyes. The Golden Lady reveals a tiny wooden box, no bigger than your palm. Engraved on the box is old elvish poetry. You open the lid to reveal a small pile of brown soil peppered with a silver glitter. This is the soil from her orchard, the lady explains. It holds the magic of the first star. Take this to your garden under the hill. Sprinkle it over your crops, and all that grows there will thrive for an eternity. With a grateful heart, you embrace the Golden Lady, and she cradles your head in her hands, whispering words of comfort. She reminds you that you are safe now, and that you can leave your thoughts and worries behind. Nothing can find you here, and she will take good care of you tonight. You thank her for inviting you to this wonderful place, and tell her that you couldn't wish for a finer welcome. She strokes your head gently and tells you that you are always welcome in the Golden Wood and in her orchard. You know the way here now, and you can come back any time, she adds with a kiss on your forehead. And with that, you feel a magical heaviness begin to wash over you, and suddenly it is difficult to keep your eyes open. To your surprise, the golden lady gently lifts you with ease, and you feel the sensation of floating above the ground. She carries you over to the enormous bed and places you down effortlessly. You settle in now among the soft, fluffy cushions and the thick, warm blankets. In the next moment, the great moon above begins to darken slightly as the glitter of starlight trickles down into the orchard. The golden lady wanders to the waterfall and soaks a cloth under the silver water. She kneels at the side of your bed and gently wipes your brow. Your eyes become soft and heavy. With every blink, it is a struggle to keep them open. At last, you give yourself over to this beautiful sensation, and your eyes gently close. You feel the magic of the elves trickling across your head, down your face, and through your entire body. The stars begin their symphony once again, and the golden lady watches over you now as you enter a state of complete comfort. You are letting go of everything. Your face softens. Your neck relaxes, releasing any tension. The muscles in your shoulders are letting go now, like a soft butter melting. You feel your arms becoming heavier and heavier as you allow yourself to be free and to completely relax. Your chest and your stomach are open, and with every breath you take, you feel yourself sinking just that bit deeper. Your legs are softening as all of the muscles relax. Your thighs, your calves, and your knees are heavy now. Your feet tingle with delight, and a beautiful sensation envelops your toes. Your entire body is in a state of complete comfort. You are weightless and free. Your mind is clearing now as you give yourself permission to let go of any remaining thoughts. In this starlight sanctuary, there is no need to think at all. The Lady of the Wood is by your side, and you are safe now. You are guarded by old magic of the earth, the trees, and the stars. you allow yourself to be at one with this enchanted land as you reminisce on your wonderful adventure today. You feel so lucky to have such beautiful new memories, and you cannot help but smile at the thought of many more adventures to come. You welcome the deep magic of sleep now, as its powers begin to wash over you more and more. This is your haven and your sanctuary. The Golden Lady of the Wood will watch over you tonight as you enter a world of dreams and journey across the stars. You awaken very slowly from the most gentle dream, a dream of elves and wizards, of long winding rivers and forests of gold. And then, as you open your eyes, you realize that this was no dream. Brief memories start to flick through your mind, and you remember your journey here aboard a little rowboat accompanied by your wizard. As you entered this magical golden wood, you were greeted by a chorus of singing elves, before at last being taken to the top of the tallest tree, where you had an audience with the Lord and Lady of the Wood. The last thing you remember before drifting off was being in the presence of the Golden Lady herself, inside her sanctuary of peace, and falling asleep underneath the breathtaking Starlight Kingdom. And now the first light of the day has breathed life into the trees, and in turn they have guided you back from the land of dreams and into their enchanting embrace once again. As your eyes flick around the clearing, you see that you are still inside the sanctuary of the Golden Lady, resting on your bed of white stone, adorned with handcrafted blankets and cushions that are filled with ancient magic. The soft morning breeze is cool against your skin, and the smell of oak, cedar, and pine drifts through the air. The sanctuary around you is filled with a morning mist that swirls in its own patterns above the ground, and the first light of sunrise shines through the trees, piercing the mist and dancing through it, creating a wonderful shimmer of silver and gold. Slowly now you sit up, still wrapped in the elven blankets. They are smoother than silk and give off the faint smell of lavender and chamomile. The sanctuary is still and silent, as if the whole world is holding its breath, waiting for the new day to begin. And there, emerging from the tree line, you are met once again by the Golden Lady. Her blue eyes shimmer, and her smile puts your mind at ease. Instantly, you feel safe, protected, and somehow even more connected to this enchanted earth. Her palms hold two small golden orbs, as if she has brought with her a little piece of the sunrise. She steps silently through the clearing, and her flowing white gown seems to glide atop the mist, as if the lady herself is floating just above the ground. As she arrives to meet you, she brings her hands together and presents you with a small bottle made from the purest crystal. Inside is a bright turquoise liquid, as thin as water, but pulsing with the most hypnotic golden glow. This is the water of the first morning dew, she tells you, bottled by our oldest apothecary. The droplets are enchanted, and they carry the magic of both the sun and the moon. This water holds the power to heal and energize, to soothe and surge, to relax and rejuvenate, and I give it to you now as a gift. You hold the vial and uncork the top before drinking it down in one mouthful. The water is cool and refreshing, and as it fills your mouth, you feel your tongue tingling. You swallow, and you feel this tingling sensation tracing down your throat, going through your chest and into the pit of your stomach. Once there, you feel it pulsing through your whole body. The sensation moves down your arms and hands, across your legs and feet, and up into the top of your head. You inhale deeply now, just allowing all of these wonderful feelings to happen. You smile and thank the lady for this incredible gift. From the tree line now, a familiar voice calls out, asking permission to enter. Both you and the lady reply that they are welcome, and you are met by the kind face of the elf captain, the one who greeted you at the borders of the golden wood and who brought you to the top of the tallest tree. He is clad in a silvery leather uniform and a long grey cloak with a longbow upon his back. There is a kindness in his eyes, but also a reserved strength. He is one of the great protectors of this land. The captain asks if you would follow him, for he has something that he would like to share with you before you depart on the next leg of your adventure. The Lady of the Wood helps you to your feet, and you slip on your shoes, following behind the elf captain now. The lady walks by your side and guides you to the edge of her sanctuary, where at last she turns to you with a smile. This is where we part ways, my dear friend. You must promise to visit again, for there is more feasting and festivity for us to share, and I have so much more to teach you about our world and about the moon and the stars. Please know that you are welcome here any time. You share a warm embrace, telling the Golden Lady that it would be an honor to return one day. And with that, she bids you a fond farewell, and you turn back to follow the captain once more. You wind through a narrow pathway among the treetops, a pathway that slowly spirals downwards towards the forest floor below. You pass through a thin tunnel of golden leaves where spotlights from the sunrise pierce through and a deep magical hum fills the air. You feel as though you are being guided by the forest now, lifted up ever so slightly and carried deeper and deeper into the depths of the golden wood. You can see the forest floor once again, and very slowly you are lowered until at last your feet touch the soft bed of leaves, and you have arrived. The elf captain turns back to the tree now and kneels down, placing both of his palms on the trunk and whispering a faint elvish prayer. It is a language you still do not understand, but this passage in particular feels old, like an ancient dialect reserved only for the most sacred ceremonies. And suddenly the roots of the tree begin to creak, and the trunk stretches up and down very slowly. And then, emerging from deep within the roots is a small, slender branch. You watch in amazement as the elf captain continues his prayer and passes his hands over the branch, using a tiny tool between his fingers to work and shape it. You are observing a master craftsman practicing a skill that has been passed down for thousands of years. In the next moment, he stands and turns to face you with his hands behind his back. The elf captain smiles, thanking you for blessing his homeland with your presence. He would like to offer you a parting gift. He reveals his hands now, and laid across his palms is a small wooden flute. It is a blend of amber and gold, and delicately carved with ancient runes along both sides. This is the oldest instrument of our people, the captain explains. Many moons ago, my ancestors awoke the golden wood with their songs, and these flutes were the first gift they received from the trees. I offer this one to you now. You blow a single note and feel the beautiful vibration in your lips. You have never played this instrument before, and yet, emerging from the flute is the most soothing melody that you have ever heard. It is a song that seems to sing to your very soul. The captain tells you that this flute holds the ancient songs of the elves, and whenever you play it, no matter how far away, the golden wood will sing with you, and its power will guide your adventure and protect you from evil. The elf bows low, and you return the gesture, thanking him for this beautiful gift. You shake hands, and he places his other hand upon his heart. Let the blessings of all the elves go with you, friend. The captain's eyes flick to look behind you, and he gives a subtle smile. And then you feel a hand on your shoulder. As you turn to look, you are met by the gentle face of your old wizard, your most faithful companion of all. He chuckles mischievously, observing how relaxed and at peace you look this morning. You cannot help but join in with his infectious laughter, and the wizard takes you in his arms, whispering just how wonderful it is to see you again. He asks now if you are ready for the next chapter of your adventure, and you can only smile. Well, that's very good, he says, because there is somebody here that I would like you to meet. You bid farewell to the elf captain and follow behind your wizard as he leads you back through the golden wood, where at last you arrive at the end of the river where you first disembarked. Only waiting for you now is a carriage pulled by two mighty stag, glistening with an ethereal gold dust. And then, emerging silently from the bushes, is a cloaked figure dressed in a green garb and leather armor, a shimmering silver pendant around his neck. He carries a small black bow, and his boots are caked in mud. He pulls back his hood to reveal a stern face with a heavy brow and black stubble, and yet, hidden behind those proud, stoic features, there is a softness, and his presence seems to calm you down almost instantly. This, the wizard explains, is our newest companion, a ranger from the distant lands in the north, descendant of the great kings of old, and a very dear friend. The ranger's eyes soften, and a smile creeps across his face. He kneels down to greet you, taking your hand in his. Any friend of the wizard is a friend of mine, he tells you. His voice is calm yet powerful. His grip is strong, but his eyes are kind and full of memory. They carry wisdom, hope, and resilience, and already you feel as though you are in the presence of somebody very special indeed. The wizard announces it is time to depart, for there is much to do and much to see. The ranger helps you aboard the cart and jumps in next to you as your wizard takes the reins. He gives a low whisper to the 2 stags, and at once you are on your way, weaving through the borders of the golden wood and returning once again to the world beyond. As you leave the forest, you look back to see the Golden Lady and the elf captain both waving you off. And through the air you hear them speak to you. "We will meet again, friend of the elves, and when you return, we shall bless this land with music, laughter, and joy." The gentle ride of the carriage lulls you into a deep relaxation, and you know that there is still quite a journey before you will be out of the woods. And so you allow your eyes to close, and you simply enjoy the rocking of the carriage and the enchanting hum of the magical air. You carry your flute on your lap, and as the golden wood fades away, you promise to always remember it. You know now that you can always find your way back through the power of your flute, and you know that there are many more wonderful times to be had in this land. But right now, a new adventure awaits, and the world is ahead. As you begin to wake up from a short rest, you feel a new light on your eyelids. And when you open them, there is a new world stretched out before you. The elven kingdom deep within the forest has faded into a beautiful memory, and now a new adventure awaits. You are sitting in the back of a large cart pulled by 2 enchanted stags, the last reminder of the golden wood, and you are wrapped in a thick blanket placed over you by your newest companion, the ranger. At the front of the cart, still at the reins and humming one of his familiar happy tunes, is, of course, your wonderful wizard. Outside, the air is perfectly cool. The sun is high in the sky now, but covered by a layer of thick white cloud. Occasionally, its golden beams seep through and create little spotlights on the eternal green landscape around you. Eventually, you arrive at a fork in the road, and the wizard brings the cart to a stop, giving a low whistle. You sit up, enjoy a nice big stretch before stepping out of the cart with the help of the rugged ranger. The wizard hops down from his perch with a surprising nimbleness, giving you a subtle wink as he lands. This is where I leave you, my friends, for the time being at least. There are urgent things a wizard must see to. And then he brings you in for a warm embrace, telling you how proud he is of you, and with a gesture to the ranger, reminds you that you are in the best company that you could ask for. And this is not the end of our adventures together, he adds. Look for my coming back to your homeland when autumn arrives. Until then, be good. And before you know it, the wizard has climbed back up into the cart and is away. You watch him slowly fade into the distance as the ranger stands behind you, a comforting hand on your shoulder. Silence follows. A slight hesitation and uncertainty lingers in the air. That is, until the ranger speaks. Do not fear, the wizard will return, and for the time being, he has asked me to be your keeper. Will you join me? You turn to your new companion with a smile and gesture for him to lead the way. The ranger hands you a thick cloak. Its enchantments will protect you from all the elements. This way, he says, tracing his fingertips through the meadow. A storm is coming, but I know a place we can take refuge for now. You step off the beaten track and follow the ranger through the thick grass of the countryside meadow and down a shallow hill. There are little white flowers all throughout this meadow, and around the countryside there are single oak trees dotted along the horizon. Your new cloak envelops you like a soft, soothing blanket, and there is a warmth running through your body. It pulses in your head, your neck, and your shoulders. It fills your chest and your stomach. It trickles down your arms and hands, your legs and your feet, reaching all the way to your fingers and into the tips of your toes. You walk side by side with your companion now, and you begin to talk more comfortably. He tells you that he is a ranger from the kingdoms in the north. Many years ago, long before his time, his ancestors were banished from this part of the world, and they fled into exile to the north. But now those lands have been ravished by war and neglect, and so he has come back here at the request of the wizard, in the hopes of rebuilding his name and his house, and bringing peace to his people at last. You notice that he has a soft glow about him, slightly ethereal, and you ask him if he is in fact a descendant of the elves. The ranger gives a subtle smile. Not quite, he admits. I am bound to one by love. He gestures to the shimmering silver pendant on his chest. And it is true that my ancestors were blessed with long life, and in turn so am I, but I am still mortal. Before you know it, you have reached a new landscape entirely, where a thicket of brown and green bushes thrive. They are dense with berries of different colours, glistening in purple, yellow, sapphire, and crimson. The ranger kneels down and offers you a small pouch telling you which berries are safe to pick. Leave the others for the birds, he says, and only take what you need. You follow his lead, carefully picking the same berries and gradually filling your pouch. You study the ranger's movements, learning all the time. You shuffle on through the bushes and eat a few berries as you go, enjoying the sweet and sour variety. There is a tartness on your tongue, and the juice from the berries stains your fingertips. You cannot help but chuckle as a big blueberry bursts in the palm of your hand, and for the first time since your meeting, you hear the ranger laugh. It is a kingly laugh, one that seems to echo across the whole land and fills your heart with hope and gladness. Above, you notice the clouds grow steadily darker with the promise of rainfall, and your ranger turns to you with a gesture. Quickly now, you rise to your feet and follow behind his light and nimble footsteps, weaving through a small tunnel of trees. The path creeps up a gentle hill, and slowly you emerge into a large field filled with tall golden grass that blows in the breeze. There are corncockles and dandelions, bluebells, daisies, poppies and tansies, and despite the gloomy sky above, the landscape ahead is like a perfect palette of paint, swirling together in one enchanting dance of nature. In the next moment, you come to a narrow stream with silvery white rocks on each side. The water is as smooth as silk and seems to glide effortlessly over the stone. The ranger stops for a moment, kneels down and cups his hands in the stream, taking a few gulps of the fresh water. You follow his lead, and the cool, crisp water is refreshing and healing. To your left, a family of dragonflies hover along the banks of the stream. Your ranger fills 2 small flasks with water, and you continue on your journey, crossing over the stream and following a new path. Your damp boots leave their mark on the track road that guides you now. A distant thunder begins to murmur on the wind, and a few specks of rain are tapping on your hood. The ranger leads you round a corner, and you arrive at a small hollow cave tucked away on the hillside. The entrance is hidden behind hanging moss and tall rocks. Your companion gestures for you to follow, and together you enter the cave just as the heavens open and the rain starts to hammer down relentlessly. Inside, the cave is dry and warm, but even so, the ranger kneels down and begins to build a small fire with sticks and leaves from a small knapsack. Sparks dance up like fireflies, and before you know it, a wonderful heat greets you, and the cave is illuminated with a soft orange hue, one that makes your eyes feel heavy and your body relaxed. You put down your cloak and roll it into a pillow, basking in the warmth of the fire as you lie back, safe and sound in this little cave, protected by the ranger. Before you know it, you are met by a wave of tiredness and fatigue and are in much need of a nap. Once the storm passes, you can continue on your adventure, but for now, at least, it is time to rest. You ask the ranger if he can tell you a tale of these lands, something to ease your mind and drown out the noise of the encroaching storm that rolls through the valley. Through the flames, you see the ranger smile, and he shuffles closer to you, placing his healing hand upon your forehead. Long ago, he says, in an age before this one, the trees used to speak, not just by creaking and groaning, but through a deep, ancient language. Their roots would connect to one another, and over thousands of years they learned to talk, to communicate, and even move. There are stories that tell of entire forests walking as one. The trees had names then, and were shepherded by the oldest and wisest. They even learned to sing in their own way and made songs for the moon and the stars, blessings for the rain and for the first morning light. You listen to the story, enjoying all the little details and smiling peacefully as the fire crackles steadily. Outside, the thunder rolls on. And in those times, the ranger adds, fairies lived among the trees. They had kingdoms that spread across entire forests, and many of them would make their homes in the trunks of the trees. They would use glowworms for lanterns, silk thread for curtains, and the scales of pine cones for their little doors. But one by one, over the years, the trees began to fall asleep, and entire forests descended into a deep slumber. And so the fairies disappeared. It is said that no mortal has ever seen a fairy, and for that reason alone, they simply do not exist and never did. But I know different. How do you know? You ask the ranger. Because I have seen them with my own eyes. So has the wizard. And perhaps one day, if fate will allow, we can take you there to the last kingdom of the fairies. It is another world entirely, like nothing you have ever seen. And what of the trees, you ask? Well, in many of the woods, if you're quiet, extremely quiet, you might hear echoes of their ancient language drifting through the air. the cracking of their roots, the creaking of their trunks, their sighs on the wind. The ranger's words fade now, and you are left with the comforting crackle of the fire enveloping you in warmth and heaviness. Outside, the storm rages on, and rain slams against the hillside, but here you are safe. Gradually, you allow the heaviness to take over, and your eyes gently close. The ground beneath you is soft and inviting. Your cloak is the perfect pillow, and the ranger places a small blanket over you before settling down himself at the other side of the cave. The stories of the trees and the fairies flick through your mind, and you hope that one day perhaps you might meet the fairies and sit in a silent forest to listen to the ancient language of the trees. The power of sleep is taking over, and you give yourself final permission to surrender and to succumb to this beautiful feeling. And in your sleep, the fairies will sing to your soul, and the trees will whisper to your dreams. It is safe to rest now. It is safe to rest now. It is safe to rest now. It is a cozy late afternoon on a cool summer's day, and you are strolling through a small woodland, accompanied by your trusty companion, the ranger, who wears a sage green cloak and light leather armor. His pony, a brown and white lowland, trundles alongside you, carrying 2 packs of supplies and swishing their tail in a perfect rhythm as the 3 of you weave through the forest path. Beams of sunlight pierce the woodland canopy, creating thin golden spotlights on the floor and a shimmering emerald glitter above that ripples through the leaves. There is a wonderful sense of peace and calm here. You feel no desire to rush, despite the fact that very soon you will be back home. As you walk together, you and your ranger chat idly. He mentions that after he has escorted you back to your house under the hill, he has another adventure to see to far up in the north, and that could mean he is away for a while. Nonetheless, he hopes to be back in these parts sooner rather than later, and you reassure him that whenever he is nearby, he is more than welcome to stop over for a spot of tea. You emerge from the woodland now through a small tunnel of trees and are greeted by a vast landscape of rich green hills, bathed in golden sunlight as far as the eye can see. You take a deep breath, inhaling this fresh, healing air, and smile, knowing that your house is only a short walk away. You begin to stroll through the tall, thick grass that comes up to your waist, but that is warm and soft to the touch. Butterflies flit above the glades, and the smell of fresh country air is a comfort to you. The ranger taps your shoulder and points above, and you see two beautiful birds of prey, red kites to be precise, weaving across the wisps of cloud. The ranger gives a low whistle, and the birds swoop down in one fluid motion, flying towards you now. One of the kites lands on the ranger's arm, and the other perches itself on your shoulder, giving your ear an affectionate nip. "I'd like you to meet some friends of mine," the ranger says with a smile. "Whenever I am not here, these two keep watch over this land and report back to me anything I have missed. They are attuned to my scent and could find me even if I were 100 miles away. So, if you should ever need me, come to this spot, find my friends, and they will do the rest." You feel a wave of reassurance washing over you. Just knowing that near or far, your ranger will be able to protect you is incredibly comforting. You stroke the kite on your shoulder and thank the ranger for all of his help and his companionship on your adventures. "Do not worry, my friend," he says. "There are many more to come. More with the wizard and new companions, I am sure. And I have no doubt there are a few more chapters left for our own adventures together." The red kites fly up now and resume their place in the clouds, watching over you. Together you walk very lazily over the next hill, allowing your pace to be slow and steady, feeling the enchanted earth under your feet. And with every step, your breathing becomes deeper and longer, and with every step you feel more at peace. Before you know it, the golden rays have turned to a soft red sunset, and you have arrived at a small stone bridge crossing over a familiar winding river. Ahead of you now is a maze of track roads leading off in all different directions, and through the hills you see houses nestled under the grass with little chimneys poking through, puffing out a soft silver steam. Finally, you have made it back to your village. Over in the distance, you can see the famous party field, the market square, and the local tavern. There are many halflings mingling together, some carrying fresh fruit and vegetables, and others carrying baskets of bread, fish, or homemade clothes and trinkets. You take the lead now, gesturing for your ranger to follow, and you walk through the winding dirt track road, smiling at some passers-by and greeting other halflings in their gardens as they rock gently in their chairs and puff on their pipes, enjoying the sunset and bathing in the pinkish-red light. There is a soft, cool breeze that flows between the hills, and it carries with it the faint smell of the lavender fields nearby, the scent of freshly mown grass and the riverside, the smells of home. You guide the ranger through the heart of your village, and due to his very tall stature, he receives a few curious looks. Most of them are welcoming and friendly, but there are a few raised eyebrows, and as you share a glance with your companion, you cannot hide your shared laughter. There are halfling children playing on the hillside, and there is a great hustle and bustle in the market square as a solo musician plays a gentle tune on a wood flute. It is a melody of the countryside that sings to the sunset and dances across the evening air. It is undoubtedly wonderful to be back amongst all this. However, after an incredibly long journey, the only thing on your mind is walking through your front door, brewing up a pot of tea, and heading straight to sleep. You shuffle through the crowd and start to work your way down a long, winding path, slowly leaving all the busyness behind. The stars are revealing themselves now, one by one, as the last light of sunset fades on the horizon. They pulse in a hypnotic rhythm and start to fill the air with a symphony of sleep, one that quietens your mind, relaxes your body, and soothes your soul. And now you shuffle over a small wooden walkway, and the path curves round to the left, gradually working its way uphill. Finally, straight ahead of you is your lovely garden, your little house under the hill, and your perfectly round front door waiting for you, all illuminated by a soft golden lantern. You stand at your wooden gate and gaze out across the hills. The view overlooks the entirety of your homeland, and you have to admit, despite all of your adventures so far, there really is no place like home. There is a familiar peace and comfort that mingles in the air, and below you can see the nighttime markets in full flow, the river weaving through the valleys and glistening under the moonlight, and the little golden lanterns outside each house pulsing like fireflies in the night. The ranger stops in his tracks and holds out a hand to you. This is where we bid farewell for now. I must continue on this road, but you can see in his eyes that he is weary and almost falling asleep. Instantly, you suggest that he come inside. There is plenty of room to rest by the fire, and he can leave tomorrow. The ranger smiles politely, opening his mouth to reply, but you insist before he even gets the chance to speak. Thank you, my friend. I will away at the light of dawn, being sure not to disturb you. The ranger fastens his pony to your garden fence and feeds them an apple, whispering an elvish prayer under his breath. You wander over to your herb garden, plucking a handful of chamomile flowers and snipping off a few stems of lavender. Then you unlock your door and the two of you head inside. You hang your cloak on the coat rack as the ranger shuffles around, gradually lighting the oil lanterns on the wall, and patches of golden light start to illuminate the room. Then he moves to the stone hearth, puts down some logs, and lights the fire. You are greeted by a wave of warmth and the familiar cozy comforts of home as you take in all the details of your living room. You walk over to the kitchen sink, filling a cast iron kettle with water and adding the lavender and chamomile. Then you hang the pot over the fire, kick off your shoes, and finally flop down on your big, cozy armchair, wrapping yourself up in your favorite blanket. Your body is warm. Your mind is empty. Your eyes are heavy. As your blinks become slower, you feel yourself drifting in and out of a light sleep. Your breath is slow and deep, and you are so relieved, so at peace. It is the best feeling in the world to be back home. The kettle begins to bubble and boil, and your ranger gestures for you to stay where you are. He takes the kettle and pours the two of you a nice hot cup of tea. He passes you a mug, and you feel this warmth in the palms of your hands. You can drink it, he says. The temperature is perfect. You take your first sip, and another, as the tea gently coats your mouth, your tongue, and your throat. You feel the effects immediately. Your head becomes even heavier, and you feel the magic of sleep creeping ever closer. You rest by the fire, enjoying the peace, the quiet, and the stillness, and sipping away at your tea. You give permission now for your body to surrender, to sink into your armchair. Permission for your mind to empty of any remaining thoughts, and permission for your eyes to close. the ranger takes away your mug and you feel it slip away from your grip as your arms hang heavy on your lap. Rest easy, my friend, the ranger reassures you. You are completely safe here. I look forward to our next meeting and to many more adventures together. Remember, I am never too far away. And with these words, you realize how safe and protected you truly feel in this moment. You feel so lucky to live in this beautiful place and to have companions that will always look after you. Your breath is slow, like a calm ocean caressing the shoreline. In and out, in and out. The fire crackles low and steady, and a soft orange glow flickers on the walls. The cushions underneath you grow softer, and you feel yourself sinking even deeper into comfort and tranquility. As the twilight envelops you, the stars outside will sing you to sleep, and the moon will keep your dreams beautiful, full of magic and adventure. It is time to let go. It is time to let go. It is time to let go and drift off into a perfect sleep. You wake up in your soft, cozy bed. You are inside your house under the hill, enjoying a quiet, lazy morning. The porthole window to your right is wide open, letting in a lovely, fresh breeze, and the autumn bird songs ring in the distance. If you could, you would stay here for the entire day, sipping tea and tending to your plants in the garden. But this is no day to slouch. Today is the day of the famous Pumpkin Festival, and you have an exciting adventure ahead. In fact, you are expecting a special visitor anytime soon, a very dear friend. With that, you gently kick your feet out of bed and take your time to change into your favorite outfit this morning, enjoying the slower pace that life here provides. As you wander sleepily into the kitchen, the morning sun beams through the porthole window in front of you, creating a dazzling golden spotlight on the wooden floor of the kitchen. The many plants by your window are thriving. Their lush green leaves and autumn flowers are blooming with joy, spreading colour across your cozy little abode. You fill your copper kettle and place it over the small fire, which is already bubbling away this morning with flames of orange, blue, and soft green. The fire is fueled by the eternal magic of your dear old wizard. It will keep the house at a perfect temperature, and it will never go out. There is an undeniable comfort in being back home. No matter where your adventures may take you, you will always return to this haven, to this soothing sanctuary of peace, to the land where you truly belong. With a deep breath, you take in all the little details of your beautiful house under the hill. There is the fireplace, of course, made from a red brick archway and tucked in one corner of the room. The beautiful farmhouse kitchen sink is perched in front of the window with a picture-perfect view overlooking the emerald green hills of home. The curved wooden beams above, made from a thick, dark oak, are supporting your lovely house, and all of the little trinkets and souvenirs from your adventures are dotted around the living room. You have so many wonderful memories here already, and today it is time to make some more. As the kettle bubbles away now, you lift it from the stove and pour yourself a nice pot of tea infused with enchanting, healing herbs from the gardens of the elves, one of the many gifts you have received over the years. You pick up the small wooden tray that holds the teapot, a small teacup, and a jug of fresh, cold milk, and you head to your front door. Suddenly, you are met by a beautiful warmth from the morning sun, and an autumn breeze brushes your face. You breathe in this fresh, healing air, and you step out into your beautiful, cozy garden. The first friend to greet you is your lovely red squirrel. They wait patiently on your garden table with their hands clasped together. Their innocent eyes gaze up at you, but already you can sense a mischief lurking in this beautiful animal. Instantly, they jump from the table and land perfectly in your left pocket. It just so happens that this is the same pocket where you always keep a handful of nuts and seeds. How did they guess? You cannot help but laugh at your beautiful friend, and you feel a deep love filling your heart. Together, you have shared many wonderful moments here, and whenever you have left the Shire, off on one of your adventures, they have always been here to greet you when you return. You sit comfortably in your garden now, basking in the morning sun with your furry friend perched in your pocket, and you just take this moment to enjoy the breathtaking scenery. There is an eternal landscape of emerald hills rolling across the horizon. Dotted through the land are huge trees waving in the wind and full of golden brown leaves that have just started to fall. The leaves are carried on the autumn breeze, and they drift across the hills, each on their own unique journey. Through the hills, you can see the many streams and rivers that gently carve through the land. The sunlight's reflections dance upon the water, and in the distance you see halfling children playing in the rivers, and some of the older halflings are fishing or simply enjoying the sun. The heat and radiance of summer is finally giving way to the cozy comfort and mellow magic of autumn. It is a picture-perfect view, one that even the most beautiful watercolor painting would not be able to capture. Life moves at a much slower pace here. There is no need to rush or race around. Here there are no deadlines and no worries at all. The folk of this land strive for nothing more than peace and comfort, and the simple pleasures that make life so precious. There is no importance placed on money or material wealth. Here the people live for good food, a warm hearth, and all the comforts of home. It is a place where friendship and love is valued above all the gold in the world. You feel so blessed to be part of this land, to live among such excellent folk, and to call the Shire your home. It truly is the most enchanting place on earth. In the next moment, you are greeted by the distant clip-clopping of hooves drawing nearer. Trotting round the corner now is the lovely Bill, a chestnut white pony, pulling a little cart behind him, where, perched happily on top, pipe in mouth, is one of your favourite halflings, Samwise the Brave. A stout halfling with curly golden hair, he is the famous gardener of the land, but you know that there is much more to him than meets the eye. He greets you with a tight-lipped smile and a mischievous raise of his eyebrows as he puffs on his pipe and brings Bill the pony to a stop just outside your front gate. With a chuckle, Sam calls out to you, insisting that there is no time for tea this morning, for you have a pumpkin to harvest and a competition to win. Without another hesitation, you quickly pop your tea back inside the front door and pull it closed behind you. You place your squirrel on the garden table with the remainder of their breakfast, and you ask them to hold the fort while you're gone, promising them a hearty reward of all the seeds in the Shire. With a glint in their eye, they sniff your hand affectionately and stand guard on the table. Your little companion will watch over your home and wait here patiently for your return. You climb aboard the cart and give Bill the pony a gentle stroke on his mane as he sets off once again, clip-clopping along the winding track road, taking you on a peaceful journey through the rolling hills of home. In the next moment, the the lovely Sam brings you in for a tight hug, asking you all about your recent adventures. The two of you catch up on old times and reminisce on many wonderful memories together. It has been a little while since the two of you spent some time together, but that is what makes today all the more special. Samwise is a very dear friend to you, reliable, honest, and true, with the purest heart in all the land. You know that no matter what, he will always be there for you, and just being in this lovely halfling's presence is an instant comfort. As you follow the track road through the hills, your journey takes you into the heart of the Shire. The autumn leaves are dancing across the hills, and the late morning sun is beaming across the land. You ride past collections of enchanted houses, all of them nestled under their own little hill, with their own little gardens lined with picket fences. The homes have perfectly round doors in different colours and are decorated with festive lights, mini pumpkins, and beautiful plants. Along the way, you cross paths with many halflings who greet you with a tip of the hat or a good morning. All of these halflings are pushing wheelbarrows and carrying their prized pumpkins over to the main square. Some faces are glowing with pride, and their pumpkins might give you cause for concern. However, there are more than a few pumpkins that don't look too prized and haven't had the growth spurt that was planned. These are accompanied by sour-faced halflings who have perhaps already accepted defeat. With a mischievous smile, Sam turns to you and whispers not to worry, for summer has been very kind to your pumpkin patch, and he thinks he might have found the winner. A short trip on his rowboat should take you directly to the field where this mighty pumpkin can be found. You feel a new excitement bubbling in your stomach in anticipation for the festival tonight. But there is still one thing on your mind. You haven't seen the wizard yet, and he is the unbeaten champion of the great pumpkin harvest, and this fact alone makes you a little bit nervous. Bill the pony leads you across a small stone bridge, over a rolling river, and towards the village square. You can hear the sound of water lapping from the old wooden mill coming into view on your right. As you enter the main square, the morning markets are in full flow. There are handmade trinkets for sale, fresh food, and barrels of ale. Party games have already started, and many halfling children are racing around the market, engrossed in a huge game of hide and seek. Down the hill to your left, in the enormous field, you see many halflings hard at work, putting up the last few decorations, and collecting some of the early entries for the pumpkin competition. The party tree pulses with its usual radiance, and you cannot wait to see it illuminated by all the festive lights tonight. Just then, Bill turns to the left and takes your cart down a thin track lane, away from the hustle and bustle of the main square. You watch the autumn birds flit through the trees and dart above the wisps of cloud. A cool wind drifts across your face, and you can smell the freshly mown grass and the strawberries in full bloom in the fields just over the hill. Before you know it, Bill comes to a stop at the end of the track road on the borders of a small grass clearing, and you are greeted by the sound of lapping water once again. A large winding river carves delicately through the land, and the water is completely transparent. You can see tiny orange fish, large rocks covered with moss, and pure white sand at the bottom. There are lily pads with flowers of pink, white, and blue drifting along the surface of the river. Perched in the water, you spot a little rowing boat swaying back and forth on the gentle waves, painted in a rusty red. You step off the cart and give Bill a warm hug and a scratch behind his ears, thanking him for bringing you this far. Samwise offers him an apple and a big bowl of fresh water from the river. Fully fed and hydrated, Bill the pony turns around and begins to trot back towards the village square, where he will be duly cared for while you cross the river, bound for the pumpkin patch. With a shared smile, you follow Sam's lead and hop aboard his rowing boat. Your halfling companion takes the oars, and the only thing left for you to do is lie back, bask in the afternoon sun, and completely relax. In the next moment, you feel a gentle jerk, and your boat begins to move, gliding along the water as you delve deeper and deeper into this world of magic. Right now, you are approaching the borders of the Shire and drifting through vast farmlands. You are entirely surrounded by rich green hills, dotted with little white daisies, where baby rabbits are racing along the riverbank and playing together in the long grass. There is no sign of anybody out here. You have completely left the hustle and bustle behind you as you drift at one with nature in a peaceful silence. This is your time to completely let go. You cannot believe that this perfect land is your home. There is a wonderful warmth washing over you, and you can feel your entire body soften. The beating sun is melting away any remaining tension, and the gentle lapping of the water has become its own little lullaby. With your eyes closed, you feel a gentle orange glow illuminating your eyelids. There is a new softness flowing through your face, your neck, your shoulders, your arms and hands. This softness and warmth fills your chest and stomach, and with each breath in, you can feel your entire body expand as you release any holding on tonight. And as you breathe out, you let go of any remaining thoughts. Right now, there is nothing left to do and nothing left to think. There is a wonderful freedom and warmth trickling down your legs, from your thighs, across your knees, down into your calves, and through your feet. This enchanting land is healing your body, your mind, and your soul, and you are guarded by your wonderful companion, surrounded by the simplicity of nature. In the next moment, you feel shade covering your eyes, and the breeze becomes a fraction cooler. As you gently open your eyes, you see that you are drifting through a woodland grove, surrounded by tall, thick trees, each one wrapped with a magical gold dust. Above you, the sunlight pierces through the infinite leaves, peppering the woodland with a collection of tiny golden spotlights. In the trees, you see deer and stag peacefully grazing and occasionally looking over at you. One by one, these majestic animals approach the riverbank and begin to drink from these enchanted waters. Before you know it, you are surrounded by at least 30 stag and deer, all welcoming you to this hidden paradise of magic. And just then, peeping out from behind their parents, you see tiny fawns gazing curiously at you, and you are sure that they cannot be more than a week old. Their little legs can barely hold them up, and you smile with a full heart as you watch them enjoying some of their first sips from the river, being carefully watched over by their mothers and fathers. You take in this beautiful sight and bathe in the magic and wonder of this land as you continue to gently glide along the winding river, guarded by these majestic creatures. Right now, you are completely free. You allow yourself to give in to the magic. This is your haven and your sanctuary. It is a place where you can return whenever you need to. As you reach the end of this mysterious woodland, your animal guardians give you a low bow, bidding you a fond farewell. And in unison, they rear up together and gallop away into the depths of the trees. But the enchantment doesn't end here. As soon as you leave this tunnel of trees, you are met by the rich smell of lavender, and a golden orange glow washes over you as the late afternoon sun greets you once more. Very gently, your boat drifts to the shore, and over to your right you can see endless fields of fresh lavender ready for harvest, and the hypnotic smell grows stronger. There is clearly more magic at work here, as all of a sudden you and your lovely halfling feel yourselves being lifted very gently out of your boat and placed down effortlessly in the soft, long grass on the edge of the lavender fields. You let out a deep, satisfied sigh and smile from ear to ear. Right now, you have never felt more at peace. Samwise sleepily admits that actually you have plenty of time before the festival tonight, and now would be the perfect time for a little nap. After all, you will need your strength to wheel the prized pumpkin all the way back to the Shire, he adds with a mischievous chuckle. And who are you to argue? You are completely relaxed here, and if there is some time to spare, then a little siesta wouldn't hurt. Your entire body is heavy and filled with a beautiful warmth. Here you are, lying back in total tranquility and simply bathing in the beauty of the Shire. What more could you wish for? And then, as if this enchanted land can hear your thoughts, a double rainbow begins to paint itself across the sapphire sky in one gentle brush stroke. It is a magical sight, and one that you have seen before in the Shire. It is usually a sign that a certain wizard is not too far away, likely plotting his next moment of mischief. And with that thought, an involuntary smile creeps across your face. Soon you will be reunited, but now is the time for rest. You allow the hypnotic smell of lavender to just drift around you and soften any remaining thoughts. One by one, you watch them fade out of sight before being washed away down the river. You allow the warmth of the sun to soften your body and to relax all of your muscles. A wonderful heaviness is trickling through you, and you are drifting deeper, deeper, and deeper into a world of complete comfort. Underneath the magic and beauty of this double rainbow, you are completely protected. You give yourself final permission to let go of everything, to become one with the wonderful Shire, and to enjoy a peaceful rest. You wake up in the early evening, lying just outside the lavender fields on the borders of the Shire. The sun has already started its slow descent, illuminating the sky in a deep red and orange, with tinges of blue and pink. Flashing memories of your adventure here quickly run through your mind. You remember being greeted by your lovely halfling Samwise before a gentle journey on Bill the pony through the heart of the Shire. You rode through the autumn markets and passed by many halflings with their prized pumpkins. You took an enchanted rowboat through a woodland clearing where you were greeted by deer and stag and their young fawns watching over you on your passage. And now here you are, ready to continue on your adventure. As you gaze sleepily around this beautiful landscape, you see your halfling companion perched on the riverbank, dipping his feet into the cool waters and puffing away on his long pipe. Samwise turns to you with a smile, happy to see that you're finally awake. He hands over a large branch to use as a walking stick and asks with a glint in his eye if you are ready to harvest the prized pumpkin. With a new excitement, you climb to your feet and splash your face with the refreshing water of the river. Together, you clamber over a small stile leading to a track road that curves away from the lavender fields and towards a huge allotment not too far off in the distance. Stick in hand, you start your hike, away from the setting sun and away from the lapping waters of the river. The sleepy scent of lavender slowly fades now, and you are greeted by fresh country air, long meadow grass, and the touch of an autumn breeze in the early evening. You find that just being in the countryside, away from all of the noise, that your thoughts have slowed completely and your mind is clear. Your journey takes you to the right now and through a thin, grassy tunnel where trees line the pathway. Instantly, you are greeted by a beautiful blend of smells. There is the scent of oranges, lemons, and limes, and below the trees are bushes of fresh herbs, rosemary, thyme, and sage, tarragon, parsley, and fresh mint. Your senses are dancing with delight at this concoction of delicious smells, and you walk at a slower pace now, just taking in every little detail of this wonderful world. Before you know it, you arrive at a little wooden gate, and as you step through, behind your trusty halfling, you are met by a breathtaking sight. In front of you is an infinite sea of orange pumpkins, pulsing with an enchanting radiance. They are lined up perfectly, with the smallest at the front, getting progressively larger each row back. You wander through the pumpkin patch and marvel at the beautiful display all around you. Samwise turns to you with a proud smile, confessing that he wasn't quite expecting the harvest to be as good as this. He walks behind you now and gently covers your eyes with his hands, telling you not to peek. Suddenly, you stop, and after the count of 3, Sam lifts his hands. Your jaw drops, and your eyes widen with amazement. Standing strong at 4 feet high and 3 feet wide is the biggest pumpkin that you have ever seen. The stalk glows with bright emerald, and there is a faint gold dust layered into the beautiful bright orange. The smell radiating from the prized pumpkin is utterly divine. You wonder how on earth you are going to get this enormous vegetable back to the Shire, and as if hearing your thoughts, Samwise reappears from behind the pumpkin, pushing an equally large wheelbarrow and beaming from ear to ear. There is a faint inscription on the side of the wheelbarrow: "Property of the Grey Pilgrim, do not touch." With a raise of your eyebrows, you look suspiciously at your lovely halfling. After a second of silence, the two of you burst into fits of uncontrollable laughter, and Sam insists that he is looking after the wheelbarrow for the old wizard, only for safekeeping, mind you. He tells you that this is a magic wheelbarrow, of course, and anything that you carry inside it becomes as light as a feather. With a renewed hope, you take one of the small axes from the wheelbarrow, and together you carefully chop at the root of this enormous pumpkin. Once free, you get behind it and gently push. Gradually, the pumpkin begins to roll, and as soon as it touches the lip of the wheelbarrow, it becomes completely weightless. You roll the pumpkin into the wheelbarrow, and you each take a handle. You stroll with ease through the pumpkin patch on a different route now, and back towards the rolling hills of home. On your journey back to the Shire, you pass through a new field housing bushes of fresh fruit, and you are met by another concoction of tantalizing smells. You pass by luminous red strawberries, bright blueberries, and big juicy raspberries. All are ripe and ready for picking. You share a smile with your halfling, and together you take a couple of fruit each to enjoy on this sunset stroll. With your first bite, you are met with a sweet and refreshing sensation dancing across your tongue. Somehow the fruit is almost cold, and this only adds to the freshness and the delicious taste. The last light of the sun is fading over the furthest hill now, and the sky has turned from a rich orange and red to a deep purple as the soft glow of dusk greets you. This is a picture-perfect moment and a memory that you will never forget. As you edge closer to the Shire, the field turns onto a track road, and you arrive at a large gate. Waiting for you there is none other than your wonderful wizard, the Grey Pilgrim. He looks at you both with a mischievous raise of his eyebrows and glances suspiciously at his wheelbarrow. Samwise smiles sheepishly and turns bright red, but the wizard simply chuckles and brings you both into a tight embrace. He compliments you on your rather impressive pumpkin this year, but he warns you not to get your hopes up, and stepping aside, he reveals his new wheelbarrow, far bigger than yours, and resting on top is an unbelievably huge object covered with a large grey blanket. It is suspiciously pumpkin-shaped, and you hear Samwise let out an audible gulp. Your wizard responds with a mischievous wink. "But that's enough of competition," the wizard says, patting you on the shoulder, and he offers to walk you back to the village square. Samwise, still wide-eyed and rather flummoxed, nods vacantly, and together the three of you journey back over the last hill, once again approaching the heart of the Shire. You cannot deny the instant comfort that being close to your wonderful wizard provides, and even the gentle touch of his hand on your shoulder makes you feel completely safe. It isn't long before you are all chatting away as normal. You share stories of adventure and reminisce on wonderful memories together. And before you know it, the three of you are all laughing together as old friends do, thinking nothing of the competition that awaits. Your wizard leans down and whispers in your ear that he has brought a very special guest with him tonight, and that they are extremely eager to meet you. Butterflies fill your stomach now as you wonder who this mysterious guest could be. Above, many stars begin to reveal themselves, pulsing in a beautiful glitter, and the luminous silver moon has replaced the setting sun, creating a perfect spotlight on the track road ahead. As you bank to the left and round one last corner, you arrive in the village square to a collection of beautiful festive lights dazzling in green, orange, and blue. The lights encompass a series of market stalls which are as busy as ever, selling all sorts of trinkets, toys, and wares from across the land. There are children playing together, drawing pictures with their magical sparklers or racing up and down the track lanes. You are greeted by the smell of bread baking, pumpkin spiced hot chocolate, sweet toffee apples, fresh ale, and mulled wine. You and Sam share a look of complete wonder. No matter how many times you spend Halloween in the Shire, it never ceases to amaze you. Suddenly, you realize your wizard has disappeared, and as you turn to find him, you see your old friend slumping down on a wooden bench, wearing a displeased look under his bushy grey eyebrows. Directly in front of him is a notice board hammered into the grass. The sign reads, "After thorough consideration by the Underhill Committee, it has been determined that in the spirit of fairness, there will be no magic permitted in this competition. Therefore, any wizards are henceforth denied entry into the pumpkin harvest. However, they are still very much invited to celebrate with us, and any fireworks that might be lurking in their carriage are always welcome." Despite having an obvious advantage, you cannot help but feel a touch sorry for your old wizard, and you offer him a tight hug to cheer him up. You hear him grumble under his breath, something about unreliable halflings drinking too much of the gaffer's home brew, and you try unsuccessfully to stifle a laugh. You stop yourself, worried that you might have offended your wizard, but in the next moment you hear that deep, bellowing laugh that you know so well, and he picks you up on his shoulder, giving you a quick spin as the two of you share an infectious laughter. Your wizard places you back down on the grass and announces that all is well, all is well. It was fun while it lasted, he admits, but his competing days are done, and he is happy to stick to his fireworks from now on. He might even have a trick or two up his sleeve tonight, he tells you, giving a subtle wink. In the next moment, 2 more halflings arrive and collect your prized pumpkin, wheeling it down into the party field, ready for judging. With a new excitement, you and Samwise follow behind your wizard, who leads you over to the top of the party field. You make your way through the gate and down a shallow green hill, illuminated by the silver spotlight of the moon. As you arrive into the party field, there are bustling crowds of halflings talking and laughing together, and sharing stories as they walk between the sea of orange pumpkins, examining all of this year's entries. The party tree stands tall and majestic as the constant guardian of this enchanted land. It is peppered with lights of gold and blue, and these, coupled with the rich emerald leaves, creates a beautiful blend of colour that ripples in its own hypnotic rhythm. Over to your left is a single wooden stall topped with a white canopy, and the scent of fresh pumpkin soup drifts over to you. Your tummy rumbles, and with nothing but supper on your mind now, you wander over to the stall, followed by your companions. As you approach the stall, you are met by an elderly halfling giving you a warm smile. "Pumpkin soup, is it?" she says with a gentle voice. You nod happily and watch wide-eyed as she lifts the lid on an enormous cauldron, bubbling away with an enchanted orange liquid and glowing with a soft starlight, giving off the most delicious smell. The gentle halfling fills a big wooden bowl, and a rich steam rises from the rim. But before you can pay, a small bag of coins lands on the wooden counter next to you. And as you turn to look, you are met by a face that you have never seen before. In front of you stands a rugged dwarf. He has thick black stubble and long flowing hair with 2 or 3 braids coming down to his shoulder. He wears a dark blue cloak and carries a small mug of ale. Before saying a word, he pays the kind old halfling for your supper and gestures for you to join him at the nearby table. You take a hesitant look at your wizard, who offers you a smile, reassuring you that this is the special guest he mentioned and that you would do well to join him, for if things go smoothly, then another adventure awaits you. You follow behind this new mysterious figure and come to the large wooden table. You sit in silence and begin to enjoy your delicious pumpkin soup. After a brief moment, the dwarf holds out a hand and, with a thin, proud smile, introduces himself as king beneath the mountain. Not meaning to be rude, you kindly ask which mountain he would be king of. The dwarf gives a steely glance to the wizard before letting out a low chuckle and taking a sip of his ale. "The Lonely Mountain," he says, "although you are not to let that name put you off. Underneath this single solitary peak are the great halls of his kin, and there you will find the grandest feasts. Never mind the dainty elven banquets," he tells you, "for it is only the kingdom of the dwarves who know how to feast. And perhaps the folk of the Shire," he adds with a stammer after a hard nudge from your wizard. This dwarf at times has a face of steel and is certainly proud, almost intimidating. However, underneath this hard exterior, you sense an undeniable warmth and a truly good heart. The Dwarven King explains that the reason he is here is to extend an invitation to you. He would like to host you beneath the mountain in the great halls where you can feast by the fire and listen to tales of adventure and dance with dwarves until daybreak. The wizard tells you that the sight of the lonely mountain is like nothing you have ever seen before or will likely see again, and that the dwarves are particularly good hosts, if not a little rowdy at times, he mumbles under his breath. You thank the king for his invitation, and you would be delighted to accept. You are met with a rousing pat on the shoulder and a beaming smile that reveals the true gentle nature of this otherwise steely dwarf. As you continue to enjoy your dinner, the four of you chat away, sharing stories of adventures, mischief, and beautiful banquets, and your dwarven companion has a kingly glow around them now, a soft golden radiance. As the flowing conversation continues, you allow your mind to wander, wondering what these ancient dwarven halls might look like, and you paint a picture in your mind of the feast of champions that awaits you there. All of a sudden, there is a call for attention, and the party field falls silent as a stout old halfling stands on the middle table, addressing the crowd. They announce that the judging is almost complete, and the panel have decided on 3 finalists. With a gesture, he draws the crowd's attention to the corner of the field, which has been illuminated with hundreds of golden fairy lights. 3 pumpkins are perched on their own pedestal. With a cry of joy, you see that your pumpkin is among them. Samwise brings you into a warm hug, and the 2 of you jump up and down together, dancing with delight. The announcer tells you that the winner will be revealed right after the firework display, and with those words, you feel your stomach flip with a new excitement. Your old wizard shuffles into the middle of the field and insists that actually there will be no fireworks after all. He is met with a unanimous groan from the crowd, but then, with a sharp turn of his head, your wizard calls out that tonight he has something even better: pure magic. In the next moment, he plants his staff firmly in the ground, and it begins to pulse with a beautiful golden orb. The orb grows bigger and turns from gold to silver to emerald and sapphire. Suddenly, the orb shoots up into the sky and erupts silently, sending a golden flash across the sky and illuminating the party field with a heavenly glow. As the light begins to fade, you are met by an incredible collection of color rippling through the night in waves of flamboyant stardust. There are patterns of orange with sapphire, gold and emerald, and scarlet with silver. And then the deep black night becomes a blank canvas for your wizard, and his magic begins to paint the most breathtaking pictures across the sky. Swooping out of the night is a fleet of golden brown eagles in the style of an old watercolor painting. Their wings beat fluidly, and you can almost hear them calling out across the sky. They glide effortlessly up into the night and fly together in a tight group. Suddenly, the color explodes, and there is now a herd of white horses galloping down to the party field. They ride just over your head, and a wonderful white stardust begins to drift around you as your entire body becomes lighter. To your left, a beautiful sea of sapphire is painted through the sky, and rolling waves bubble in a white foam, backed by a glistening red sunset. Leaping from the sea are silver dolphins, creating silhouettes in the sky. You cannot believe that your wizard is conjuring such beautifully detailed images from his imagination. Each of these magical, moving paintings are met with harmonious oohs and ahs from the crowd, but you can only stand in silence and marvel at this incredible display. Somehow, after all these years, this wily old wizard can still surprise you. The watercolor paintings continue as you watch barn owls gliding over the moon, and you notice that the party tree to your right has started to glow with fireflies dancing through the branches. The golden fireflies drift out of the tree and descend into the field, floating all around you in tiny specks of gold dust. Their magic sends a beautiful, soft vibration through your body, all the way from the top of your head down to the tips of your toes. In the next moment, the sound of the crowd fades, and it feels as though you have entered your very own private display, where you are greeted with the most beautiful sight of all. In the sky now is a collection of all of your best memories being painted just for you. A wonderful tapestry comes to life, full of all your favorite places and all the people that are special to you, near or far. The colors swirl together in this mesmerizing display, and you vow to hold on to all of these memories with a full heart. You know now that you are being watched over tonight, guarded by your loved ones, as you reminisce on all of the unforgettable memories that you have made with these special people in your life. You take this moment to send wishes of love, positivity, and hope to all those that are close to you. And as these wishes and thoughts come to your mind, you can see shooting stars begin to sail across the night. One by one, your wishes are being delivered, and as you watch them go, you find yourself feeling incredibly grateful for your lovely old wizard. Without him, none of this magic would be possible. He is a true gift to you, and you are forever blessed to be one of his trusted companions. This is the most breathtaking and heartfelt display that you have ever witnessed. You allow yourself to completely let go and enjoy every little beautiful detail. And gradually now, the party field comes back into view, and all of the pumpkins are pulsing with a beautiful orange glow. And there, sitting atop a single pedestal, high above the rest, is the winner. You cannot believe it. It is your pumpkin. You did it. You really did it. The entire crowd cheers as you and Samwise share a happy dance of victory. Even your dwarven king has come to celebrate with you. Before you know it, you and Sam are hoisted into the air and paraded through the field. You celebrate with a lap of victory, and you are completely engrossed in this world of magic. The whole crowd is behind you now, celebrating with you. For after all, this isn't really about winning and losing. This is a festival of friendship, a celebration of your enchanted home and of all the people who live here. You realize just how lucky you are to call this land your home. You are blessed to live among such kind-hearted folk who above all else are simply friends. You look to your trusty halfling and share a smile. Your stout-hearted Sam has always been there for you, and over the crowd he whispers in your ear that he always will be. In the next moment, you feel yourself begin to gently lift from the crowd and float a little bit higher above the party field. You are leaving behind the hustle and bustle now, and with Samwise floating by your side, you take a moment to simply enjoy the wonderful view of your home, illuminated with the festive lights. Each of the houses has a golden lantern over the door, and somehow, under the light of the moon, The hills seem to glow with an even deeper emerald. It is a paradise of peace, and it is your home. You are floating in a state of total tranquility, guarded by the magic of your wizard and the magic of the Shire. And now, bit by bit, you feel yourself floating gently back down to the ground. Only now you are no longer in the party field. You find yourself landing on the soft grass of your garden outside your front door. You turn to find your lovely wizard and the dwarven king smiling down at you. They congratulate you on a very successful competition. Without hesitation, you throw yourself into the arms of your wizard, thanking him for all of his beautiful magic. With a happy chuckle, he reminds you that a life without magic is really no fun at all. You shake hands with your new friend, the Dwarven King, and he tells you that they must be off now, for there is business to do at the Lonely Mountain. With a smile, he reminds you that you are not to leave it too long before your visit. You nod happily, bidding a fond farewell to your two friends. And with that, you watch the wizard and the dwarf set off together, back down the track lane and towards the wizard's carriage, ready for an adventure of their own. You turn to Sam with a tired smile and you invite him in for a nightcap. He places a hand on your shoulder and nods his head sleepily. In the next moment, your eyes flick to your garden table and you smile at the adorable sight of your little companion, the red squirrel, fast asleep with a tiny seed in their arms. You lift them into your hand and they stir slightly, offering a gentle sniff of your fingers before curling up tight in your palm. You smile at your lovely friend and place them carefully in your pocket. You open the front door at last, and after one final look across the Enchanted Shire, you step inside, followed by your trusty Samwise. You are met by the eternal warmth of your fire, and you breathe a sigh of relief. After a long, busy day, there is nothing that you want more than to sit in your armchair by the fire and enjoy a nice cup of enchanted elven tea before drifting off to sleep. Samwise shuffles into the kitchen and fills the kettle, insisting that you relax now and he will prepare the tea. You wander over to your favorite armchair where a soft blanket waits for you. Slowly now you sit yourself down, pull the blanket over you, and remove your little red squirrel from your pocket. You place them carefully on your lap and stroke their tiny head as they sleep peacefully. The warmth of the fire lulls you into a deeper state of peace, and you feel your body and your mind become heavier, heavier, and heavier. You hear footsteps approach as Samwise returns, carrying a mug of elven tea, warmed to the perfect drinking temperature. He hands you your mug before lighting the candles. And finally he sits down himself, letting out a deep, satisfied sigh. You sit in a peaceful silence now with your beloved friend, sipping on your tea and enjoying these wonderful sensations rippling through your body. Gradually, you are met by the pitter-patter of rain on the window and the faint crack of thunder. It seems you came home at the perfect time. Being inside your cozy house, listening to the sound of rain and the distant thunder, and bathing in the warmth of your fire brings you to a deep state of comfort. You feel completely safe and protected here, and you allow all of these sounds to wash over you. The candles flicker gently, and the flames are hypnotic to watch. You feel your eyes becoming just that bit heavier, and each blink is getting longer and longer. In the corner, you watch Sam rummage in his rucksack before pulling out a small leather-bound book. He flips it open and begins to jot down his memories of the day, reminiscing on his wonderful adventure with you. And now you feel yourself entering a state of complete serenity. The rain patters away and the thunder rolls in the distance. The big log fire warms your entire body and soothes your tired muscles. You feel a new softness washing over you as you sink deeper and deeper into your comfy armchair. The lovely Samwise scribbles away, and that faint sound only adds to the perfect atmosphere. Your little companion rests peacefully on your knee, and the only thing left to do now is just relax. You give yourself final permission to let go of everything. Bit by bit, you are getting closer to the magic of sleep. A wonderful world of dreams and starlight awaits you, and when you wake in the morning, you will be refreshed, renewed, and ready for a brand new day. Beautiful memories float through your mind with ease, reminding you of all the incredible highlights of your autumn adventure in the Shire. These memories will keep you safe tonight as you drift deeper, deeper, and deeper off to sleep. It is a cool, crisp, late afternoon. The end of autumn is merging with early winter, and you are strolling through a wide, open field, wrapped in a thick, warm cloak. The sky is clear, the sun is shining, and there is a lovely, fresh breeze. Beads of frost pepper the grass that crunches underneath your footsteps, but your big woolly boots keep your feet and your toes perfectly toasty. Soft blue and gold hues blend in the sky, and the light creates silhouettes of the huge trees that are dotted along the horizon. The leaves have fallen now, and you can see all the details of each tiny branch poking and weaving around each other. You reach into your pocket and pull out an already opened letter that arrived not 2 days ago. It is a letter from the Dwarven King whom you met during the Halloween festival. You have been officially invited to visit the king in his grand halls beneath the mountain, but he does not expect you to travel the whole way by yourself. At the end of the letter are detailed instructions guiding your way to a hidden village beyond a woodland grove, not too far from your homeland. There you will meet your kingly escort before resting in the local tavern, and tomorrow you will be taken by horse and cart to the deep Dwarven kingdom, along with a very special guest. You stroll through a thicket of trees now, and notice that the last light of the sun is fading, and a new silver glow from the moon is greeting you, and the stars above are revealing themselves. As you walk, you let your mind wander as you mull over your adventures so far, remembering all the people you have met, the places you have visited already, and of course, where you might be going next. You conjure images of huge, unscalable mountains capped with ice and snow, and far beneath the ground, a host of rather unruly dwarves are throwing a banquet where feasting, singing, and merriment can be enjoyed by all. You pass over a small wooden bridge now, where a rich blue stream flows in slow motion, and tiny moonbeams dazzle on the water. Beautiful golden fish weave under the surface, and this whole forest is alive with magic. You shuffle through a thick hedgerow and suddenly find yourself coming to the end of the woodland. And there you see it. Shimmering under a huge silver spotlight are thick wooden walls, towering almost as high as the treetops behind you, and the panels are wrapped in purple and green ivy. Over the wall, you see the thatched roofs of many buildings, each with their own crooked little chimney puffing out a pure white smoke, creating a misty haze over the village. The main gate stands before you now, and on the door is a square hatch, the perfect size for an inquisitive face to peep out of whenever a visitor should come knocking. As you shuffle towards the door, you notice a golden lantern has sparked to life just above your head, and inside are two lovely fireflies flickering with a charming glow. You raise your hand to knock, but before you can touch the wood, the hatch opens and a pair of beady eyes start to investigate you. You can hear a distant grumbling as the eyes look you up and down. Suddenly, the eyes disappear. The wooden gate swings open, and you are greeted by an elderly man in a leather cap, carrying his very own firefly lantern. "Good evening to you, traveller," the old man says. "We've been told to keep an eye out for a wandering soul who looks just like you. You're almost late. Follow me, and I'll take you to the tavern. It's not very often we get kings visiting our little village, so we mustn't keep him too much longer." You follow behind the gatekeeper up a winding path through the bustling village. Lined up on each side of you are rows upon rows of cottages and thick wooden beams crisscrossing unevenly. Some are houses, others are stores selling homemade wares, trinkets, weapons, and more. There are market stalls built into the walls, and even at this time of night, locals are selling fresh fruit and vegetables, herbs, potions, and tinctures, as well as all the essential goods for any weary traveller. Small leather satchels, walking boots, and water flasks, to name a few. The windows of the cottages are lit by soft candlelight, and all together they radiate a lovely glow onto the street, turning this usually muddy dirt track road into a pathway of gold. There is something familiar about this village. You are sure you have never been here before, and yet you cannot shake the feeling that you have in fact seen this place, somewhere in your dreams perhaps, and this realization has a comforting effect on you, one that makes you feel right at home, as if this entire village has been waiting for your return. You round a long, slow corner to the right, and there, swinging in the moonlight, is the sign of the local tavern. 3 mugs of overflowing ale underneath a white horse rearing up, with a golden tail and a golden mane. here we are," the old man says. "He's waiting for you in the back room." And with that, he opens the tavern door and you shuffle inside. You are met by a wave of warmth from a huge stone fire pit in the middle of the room. You gaze around the tavern and take in all the patrons. There are the usual barflies, as there are in many of the taverns, slumped over a mug of ale and muttering slightly incoherently to each other about all the goings-on in the world. You spot a group of adventurers gathered round the fire, telling each other wild, embellished tales of battles long ago and of travelling to lands far and wide. There are one or two suspicious people mingling around with their hoods firmly covering their faces, doing private dealings in the shadows. And in one corner, you see 3 incredibly tall women playing a very unusual card game, sipping enchanted-looking cocktails that bubble and fizz in different colours. You walk through the tavern, tired and weary from your hike, and make your way straight to the back room, where a soft orange glow flickers from within. As you approach the door, the Dwarven King steps out in front of you and places a hand on your shoulder. "Well, I have to say I'm very impressed. I told the wizard you'd never find your way here on your own, that you'd probably get lost. He bet that you'd be here, if not slightly late. He was right, of course, and now I am 1 bag of gold short," he adds with a chuckle. You smile at the thought of reuniting with the wizard again, but as you try to peek into the room beyond, the dwarf quickly raises his hand. "He's not here yet, my new friend. He will be arriving tomorrow by horse and cart, and from here we will all ride to the mountain. You have shown me the courtesies and hospitality of your people, and I look forward to returning the favour." The Dwarven King leads you to a large armchair by a little log fire, where a pot of soup bubbles away. As you sit, the king scoops a ladle or 2 of soup into a wooden bowl and hands it to you. "There," he says, "you've more than earned that. Your room is just through that door and up the stairs. Be sure to eat well and get some rest tonight. We have a long journey tomorrow." As you enjoy your fresh, hot soup and chat away with the dwarf, you notice the kingly glow radiating from him. Within the flickering firelight of the dark, crooked tavern, he looks like an oil painting. His long, dark hair is braided with beads of blue and green. His beard is neatly trimmed with traces of silver among the charcoal black. His dark blue tunic is accompanied by a silver belt that shimmers in the soft glow of the fire. And every single finger has at least 1 ring. Some are gold or silver, and others have jewels of diamond, emerald, ruby, and sapphire. And as he speaks, his heavy brow casts a shadow over his eyes, only adding to his mystery. His aura is undeniable, and simply being in his presence, you instantly feel safe and protected. Gradually now you finish off your soup, and you feel your eyes growing heavier as your blinks become slower. Your whole body is relaxed, and you are sinking deeper and deeper into the armchair. You hear the king stand up, and he gently takes the bowl from your grip, whispering to you that it is time to rest now, friend. Tomorrow you shall see the mountain, my home, and once we are inside, you will feast by the firelight and sing songs of the dwarves and dance to your heart's content. Our dear wizard arrives in the morning, and we shall all ride together. But for now, it is time for you to rest. You do not need to be told twice. You slowly stand up, bidding the king a warm good night with a slight bow, and you shuffle towards the staircase ahead. You wind up the steps bit by bit, and with each step your legs grow heavier. At last you reach the top, where only a single door awaits. You push it open and move slowly into your own little bedroom. The moonlight beams through your window, and a soothing, sleepy symphony fills the air. The bedroom is warmed up perfectly from the heat of the tavern below. You shuffle off your cloak and your boots and flop down onto your bed. Your body is heavy and your mind is clear. The only thoughts you have are of adventure and magic, as a quiet excitement fills your heart for tomorrow's journey. You give yourself final permission to completely surrender to this enchanted world. The moon and the stars are singing you to sleep and watching over you tonight. It is safe for you to fall asleep and to drift into a peaceful slumber. And somewhere far off in another part of this land, the mountain is waiting for you. You find yourself waking up in a soft, cozy bed to the sound of rain tapping against your window. There is a warmth pulsing up from the floor and radiating through the room and your bedsheets. Gradually, you take in the wood-paneled room around you and remember that you are inside the tavern in the heart of a hidden village. You reminisce on your journey here through frosty fields and a small woodland, and how you were greeted by the dwarven king in the tavern downstairs, treated to a hot bowl of soup and promised to be taken to his home, the mountain. You sit up on the edge of your bed and enjoy a soothing stretch before getting ready for your next adventure. You cannot believe that after weeks of waiting and wondering, you are finally taking a journey to the dwarven halls of the king. You grab your backpack, open the door, and make your way down the rickety wooden stairs as the buzz of adventure fills the air. As you arrive into the heart of the tavern, the place is almost completely empty, a vast contrast to last night. But the fire still roars in the stone fire pit, and the comforting, homely atmosphere remains. You glance around, hoping to catch sight of the dwarven king, but instead you are met by a hand on the back of your shoulder. You feel a familiar hum of magic and turn with a smile to see the kind face of your wizard, who gives a happy chuckle, bringing you in for a tight hug. Ah, how could you forget? Of course the wizard is joining you, and he will guide you on another adventure yet again. Instantly, you feel safe and protected. You know without a doubt that just being in the presence of this wonderful companion, nothing will find you. The wizard leads you to a small table by the door where you see the dwarven king is waiting. He is as stoic as ever, sipping on a warm mug of tavern brew, but you notice a slight smirk on his face as your eyes meet, and your new friend rises from his seat to bid you a good morning as you approach the table, taking your hand in his. As you sit down alongside your two companions, a large platter is brought to your table, filled with all different breakfasts for you to choose from. There are pastries of all kinds, scones with butter, jam, and honey, fresh fruit, bacon, sausage and eggs, potato hash, and so much more. There are 2 cast iron kettles, one with freshly ground coffee, and in the other are steeping tea leaves. But not just any tea leaves. These are from the heart of your homeland. The smell brings back memories of many mornings sitting out in your garden, watching the sunrise with a cup of your favorite tea. You enjoy a hearty breakfast now, filling your plate more than once, and being sure to wrap a few pastries in some napkins to take with you on the trip. It is a peaceful morning, slow, steady, and relaxing. The perfect way to start a day of adventure. The wizard informs you that your journey will take you over the famous Moonvale Mountain Bridge, where it is said that from it one can see the edge of the earth with the naked eye. and when crossed in the late afternoon, which is about the time you are expected to reach it, a breathtaking display awaits. Not only that, the king adds, but when we reach the mountain, you will be met by many fires in the stone hearths, a feast beyond compare, barrels of ale, enchanted tea, and fresh chocolate from my kin in the north. There will be a party like no other, a celebration of all the dwarves, welcoming our 2 guests to our kingdom. We shall share in songs, laughter, and merriment. And with that, a new excitement fills your heart. You gulp down your final few mouthfuls of breakfast, shuffle on your backpack, and move over to wait by the door as you look impatiently at your friends. "All right then," the wizard says to the king, who still has half a mug of brew to finish. "Looks like we better head out. We don't want to keep our companion waiting." Your friends join you now as the king finishes his last sip of brew. You open the tavern door, and together the 3 of you step out into the cold, rainy morning, where you are covered by a small thatched canopy, protected from the elements. The old familiar cart stands before you now, pulled by the wizard's trusty steed, who seems to be protected by a magic spell, as he is completely dry and patting his hooves contentedly. The cart itself is decorated with many enchanted runes carved by the wizard, and although it may look old and rugged, this is the most sturdy and reliable cart that you have ever known. "Hop inside now," the wizard says. "There is more shelter from the rain in the cart." You step up into the tall wooden cart, where a thick canopy of fabric curves over the top, and perch yourself behind the driver's seat, your wizard's seat. The king joins you, sitting by your side as you both place your backpacks behind. The wizard climbs aboard now and gives a low whistle. Before you know it, the cart is trotting along at quite a pace, carving through the muddy pathway with ease and approaching the far gate of the village. The rain hammers against the canopy, and outside the ground is sodden and filled with puddles, but inside this cart you are warm, you are cozy, and you are completely protected. You are embarking on a brand new adventure into great lands unknown to you, accompanied by your 2 wonderful companions, and you couldn't be more excited. The start of your journey takes you out of the village and across vast rolling hills, where tiny streams and little rivers weave like veins across the countryside. The trees stand strong against the wind and the rain, but there is not an animal in sight today. As you travel, you allow your focus to soften and to drift around wherever it would like to go. Sometimes you are observing the beautiful landscape all around you, and other times you are listening to the odd murmuring conversation between the king and your wizard. But mostly you are enjoying the stillness, the peace, and the quiet. As you pass through a small grove of still blooming trees, which is unusual at this time of year, you see a small shrine by a tiny waterfall filled with flowers of pink, blue, and yellow. It is an enchanted monument that seems to be untouched by all of the elements, as if existing inside its own little ecosystem. This is an incredibly soothing journey. You feel your body completely relaxing, your mind emptying of all thoughts, and your breath becoming slow and deep. Your eyes blink closed ever so slightly. And in the next moment, you feel yourself being gently woken up by the king, and you cannot even remember drifting off in the first place. I do not mean to wake you, my friend, but I would never forgive myself if I let you miss this. Welcome to the Moonvale Mountain Bridge. You half open your eyes and gaze sleepily out of your cart. The rain has stopped altogether now. The canopy has rolled back, and you see that you are traveling over a huge stone bridge carved out of the rock and winding between two mountains. The landscape around you has changed entirely, and you are met by a sight so special you feel your mouth drop open in disbelief. First, you see the sky, a beautiful blend of gold, red, and orange, like a thick honey being stirred in slow motion. On both sides of the bridge is a dense mist covering the world in a blanket of pure white, with only the two mountain peaks poking through. And then you see the horizon far away, dazzling with distant solar flares of many colors. Occasionally, you see what look like comets shooting up from the horizon, tracing the sky in pulsing lights of green, red, and blue, purple, pink, and yellow. That, the wizard whispers, that is the edge of the earth as we know it. You are utterly speechless, and for a time now you simply allow yourself to surrender to this display in the sky. The rainbow of comets paint wonderful pictures, ones that fill your heart with joy and gladness, with song and harmony, and with comfort and love. You are truly at peace, and you start to trust now that no matter what may come, There is always something beautiful to find in this world. And very slowly now, the cart arrives at the end of the Moonvale Mountain Bridge, and you feel yourself moving back down now. You bid farewell to the edge of the world, hoping to see this display again one day, as you venture now through a thick blanket of fog and back down the mountainside. As you ride, the cart sways from left to right, and this gentle rocking sensation is a comfort to you. The canopy of the cart has returned, bringing with it that familiar warmth, and you take a few slow breaths, reminiscing on this wonderful display you have just witnessed. Gradually now you reach flat land once more, and as you do so, the fog begins to clear. The white veil dissolves, and a new sunset glow starts to fill the sky. And then you see it, a single solitary peak, still a little way off in the distance, but illuminated by the golden spotlight of sunset and pulsing with an unmistakable magic. You hear the Dwarven King inhale sharply, and as you glance over to him, there is a tear in his eye. "My home," he whispers with a smile. He turns to you now, putting a hand on your shoulder. "We are almost there, my friend. Rest now for a while, for we shall arrive at the front gates by nightfall." You hear the wizard humming a soft, soothing spell that almost sounds like a song, and straight away you feel your eyes becoming heavier and heavier. Your blinks are slow, and a new warmth is pulsing through your body. A soft veil covers your vision, and you feel yourself drifting, and drifting as time seems to slow down completely. And with each blink, you feel your body letting go, your mind emptying, and your soul being soothed. And at last, your eyes close, and a comforting nap overtakes you. The mountain is calling out to you, and your dreams will carry you there. You wake up to the soft sound of a silver trumpet in the distance, ringing through the night air. The cart in which you travel has stopped now, and the land is completely still, as if anticipating something extraordinary. You sit up in the cart and gaze ahead of you. Standing strong and proud is the mountain, rooted deep into the earth and towering up into the stars. 2 huge torches hang on each side of the wrought iron door that is lined with shimmering silver gems. And from the front gate, it looks as if the entire kingdom has come out to welcome their king on his return. The dwarven king stares at his home, still in awe of it after all these years. And seeing you are now awake, he greets you with a smile, telling you it is time. The canopy of the cart rolls back once more, and you are met by your trusty wizard offering you a helping hand. You step down from the cart and are met by 5 dwarven workers. They bow low to you, and you return the gesture before they head round to the cart and collect all the bags and your belongings. The soft sound of the trumpet still rings out, but it is not harsh to the ear. It is like an ancient song of home that calls out across the land, and when you hear it, it fills you with comfort and peace. Come, the king says, let us head inside, for a great feast awaits. You stroll down the paved pathway towards the gate of the mountain with your 2 companions either side of you. Small white flowers are thrown in front of your feet, and there is a great applause as the king greets his subjects. The wizard casts a spell from his staff, and little silver sparks start to pepper the air above you, illuminating the path in a hypnotic silver light. As you reach the entrance, the king waves a hand, and the doors open with ease as a burst of golden light floods out from the mountain, and a new warmth wraps around you. The company of dwarves follow behind, and all together you enter the mountain. What greets you now is not a cold, dark, murky cave, but a whole kingdom. There are endless, white-stoned, square pillars that stretch high up into the shadows, all the way to the top of the mountain. These pillars have huge torches on each side and are carved with the symbols of dwarven royalty. The walls of the mountain are engraved with ancient blue runes that pulse in a steady rhythm, and their contrast with the fire creates a beautiful blend of gold and sapphire that mingles throughout the entire kingdom. You can see statues of old heroes made from white marble and standing over 100 feet tall. There is a statue of the great poet who, it is said, wooed the dwarven gods with his words, and in return the gods gave him the tools to dig into the mountain and to build a kingdom here. To your left is a statue of the dwarven sailor, a maiden of the sea, carved in intricate detail. The wizard explains that it is because of this maiden that the dwarves came to this world at all. She crossed the 9 seas, overcoming many dangers to get here, and gave life to all of her people. Some even say that she is the very first ancestor of the dwarves. And finally, you see the 3rd statue, a great dwarven warrior with a shield of pure silver. The king tells you that long ago this kingdom was under threat from 3 dragons of the north. But harnessing the power of the silver shield, another gift from the gods, the warrior was able to banish the dragons and reclaim the land for our people. You have never seen craftsmanship like this before. The scale, the strength, and the time needed to do all of this is unbelievable, and it almost might be if you weren't seeing it with your own eyes. As you enter the main square, there are beautiful houses carved from the rock, each with their own unique design. From the windows, a soft candlelight pulses, and outside you see families greeting you, and many children are lining the walkway with the same white flowers. A great hum of gentle music fills the air, and you feel a wonderful enchantment washing over you. This is a royal welcome indeed, and the mountain is beyond your wildest dreams. You are utterly speechless. You walk through a winding stone street, again lined with gold torches and blue runes, and you pass by a large apothecary and many market stalls. There are merchants and masons, tinkers, tailors, and toy makers. And through a large archway to your right, you see an enormous blacksmith's forge with many smelters the size of houses. You arrive at last at a great hall with golden doors, and as they swing open, you are met by dwarven chefs cheering and welcoming you all. The feast is ready, and it is time to head inside. The great hall is as tall as an ancient cathedral and as wide as a dozen fields. Above, you see banners of emerald, sapphire, and gold, embroidered with the crest of the king. There are rows upon rows of stone tables and cushioned chairs, one for every single dwarf in the kingdom. The king leans over to you now and whispers that tonight you will enjoy the greatest feast this land has ever seen. You follow behind the wizard now and take a seat at the main table between him and the king, who sits at the head, of course. And then you watch in amazement as endless platters of food and drink are brought out to you. There is everything you could ever imagine. Collections of roasted meat and fish cooked over coals. You see vegetable stews, plates of different hot bread, and tankards of ale or wine. There are vast cauldrons of soups, trays of cheeses you have never even seen before. You can see and smell different pies fresh from the oven. There are wild mushrooms that pulse on the platters, which the wizard tells you are enchanted. You catch the scent of mead and honey cider, and also fresh tea, coffee, and of course, hot chocolate. For dessert, you spot apple and raspberry crumble with lovely hot custard. There are brownies, biscuits, and ice cream, tarts of lemon, blueberry, and chocolate, and many cakes that are 6 tiers high. It is almost overwhelming, but the wizard gives you a smile and insists that if you tell him what you would like to try, he will get it for you. You place your order for your first serving, and the wizard casts a quiet spell. One by one, your chosen food lands on your plate, and your tankard is filled with your preferred drink. You chuckle with your wonderful wizard now, and he jokes what on earth you would ever do without him. You enjoy a slow, deep breath and take in the details of this incredible spread. The king was right. You have never seen anything like this, and likely never will. It really is a sight to behold. The king rises from his chair and asks for the entire kingdom to welcome their new guest tonight. You stand slowly and try to smile at as many faces across the tables as you can, and you are met with a round of applause and many cheers. It is a strange but beautiful moment. You feel so comforted and so welcome here that the only feeling you can compare it to is, well, coming back home. With 3 taps of his golden goblet, the king announces that the feast is ready to begin. And with that, you dig in, making sure to take your time and to try as many different foods as possible, while also leaving plenty of room for dessert. You share a smile with the wizard and with a few of the dwarves at your table as the entire hall descends into silence. Only the enchanted hum of the mountain fills the air now, like a soothing symphony, only adding to this perfect atmosphere. Every single bite is utterly incredible. The flavors, the warmth, the comfort, it is all there. You can feel this food healing your entire body, and as it does so, you notice each muscle relaxing and softening. You feel your mind clearing as if this magical feast is banishing all thoughts, leaving you only with this moment. There are pockets of conversation dotted round the tables, and the general hum of noise is a peaceful addition to the banquet. As you eat and drink, you realize how lucky you are to be friends with such brilliant folk. The king, for all his wealth and glory, is as generous as they come, and you are glad for his companionship. Your wizard, you know, will always be there for you, no matter what, and even when you embark on different adventures, there will never not be a reunion. You take this time to simply enjoy the feast, to enjoy the hum of the mountain, the atmosphere of the banquet hall, and the pure perfection of this adventure. You feel so blessed to be here, and you savor every single moment. As the banquet slowly comes to an end, and all of the plates are cleared away, you see 2 or 3 dwarves climbing up onto each table across the hall. The king gives a knowing chuckle and gestures to a group of musicians in the corner, who immediately start up a lively jig. And now the dwarves dance atop the tables, singing ancient songs of their people and leaping from one table to the next. Bit by bit, more and more dwarves climb up onto the tables to dance. Some swing their mugs of ale, and others are spinning around in pairs or threes, lifting each other up or linking arms and gulping their drinks. Then the wizard rises, pulling you up from your seat, and together the 2 of you join in with the entire kingdom. Even the king himself has leapt up onto your table, and now you see a completely different side to him. His stoic, calm shell has dissolved, and you see in his eyes a young dwarven prince reliving his youth and relishing this time with family and friends. It is a joyous affair, and the sounds of laughter, music, and stomping footsteps echo through this great hall. At last, the musicians bring the dance to a close, and there is a loud cheer across all the tables. The banquet of the king beneath the mountain is officially over. With a satisfied sigh, you step down from the table, and all of a sudden you let out a huge yawn as a wave of exhaustion runs through your body. It has been a long journey here, spanning many days, and it feels like an age since you last slept soundly. The king catches your eye and bids for you to follow him now, and together with the wizard, the three of you quietly weave out of the great hall, shuffling down a thin corridor of white stone. Eventually, you arrive at a small golden door, and the king stops. "These are your chambers," he says. "A small fire burns inside, and a bed fit for royalty awaits you." You offer him a low bow and your thanks for his wonderful hospitality. And then, for the first time since your meeting, the Dwarven King brings you in for a warm embrace. "Thank you, my friend, for visiting my home. You are welcome in the mountain whenever you like, and you can stay as long as you need to." The wizard reminds the king that the two of you must head home tomorrow, for there is a festive celebration in your homeland, one not to be missed. But you reassure the king that you will visit again as soon as you are able, and you tell him how beautiful this kingdom is, and that his ancestors would be proud of his reign. The dwarf bows low and bids you a warm good night before he shuffles off back down the stone corridor to resume his royal duties as host and king. Your wizard offers you a smile and bids you good night as well. He insists that tomorrow morning you can lie in as long as you need. There are a few days yet until the festive celebrations back home, so you can take your time on the journey. You open the golden door and shuffle inside your room, feeling a wonderful warmth wrap around you like a soft, soothing blanket. The small fire crackles away, illuminating the room with a flickering light. There are your bags in the corner, and in the middle of the room is a huge bed made of gold with sheets as white as snow. Without another hesitation, you slip under the covers and feel the soft duvet on your skin. You take a nice, deep breath, relaxing completely with each exhale. And very, very slowly you sink even deeper into the mattress and into comfort. You have had an unforgettable night, feasting and dancing with the dwarves, and you do wish, in fact, that you could stay longer. But you know that soon it will be Christmas, and back home in the land of your people, a festive celebration awaits. You give yourself permission to finally surrender, and you let go of any holding on. Your muscles become soft and heavy. Your mind becomes blank, filled only with the soft, enchanted hum of the mountain, and your breath becomes easy. You feel yourself drifting deeper and deeper, edging ever closer to a perfect sleep. The mountain will guard your slumber tonight, and your dreams will be pure and beautiful. You find yourself travelling by horse and cart through a beautiful flat countryside, topped with a fresh layer of snow. The morning blizzard has finally settled, the sky is clear, and you are left with an untouched white haven all around you, as far as the eye can see. Thick trees pepper the land and gently wave in the wind. Their bare branches are dusted with snow. A handful of robins and blackbirds dart across the winter sky. You are accompanied by a tall, proud wizard, known back home as the Grey Pilgrim, and a very dear friend of yours. He has a stoic posture, but a warmth and kindness radiates from his gentle heart, giving him a subtle, magical glow. He wears a long grey cloak and a wide-brimmed pointy hat that casts a shadow over his eyes. Below the shadow falls a thick beard traced with silver and white. A wisp of smoke rises from the long pipe tucked firmly in the wizard's mouth. Nestled under his arm is a crooked wooden staff with small branches creating a tulip shape at the top. As you ride, the wizard mutters a low spell under his breath. In the next moment, the snow covering the track road begins to part effortlessly, providing you with a smooth and comfortable passage across the vast white landscape. The sky is marbled with turquoise and sapphire, backed by the golden light of the late afternoon sun, and a refreshing winter breeze is brushing your cheeks. You are wrapped in a thick fleece jacket and a woolly hat with warm snow boots that come up to your knees. All of your clothes are lined with enchanted wool from the sheep of the Shire, and they give off a pulsing heat that echoes throughout your body. Your thoughts turn now to the rolling hills of the Shire, and you picture all the tiny little houses peppered through the hills and along the river, no doubt already decorated for Christmas. You imagine yourself back inside the local tavern, enjoying a wonderful feast and sitting by a warm fire, surrounded by laughter and friendship. Not a care in the world, and all the comforts of home. Then you suddenly remember that the wizard is famous in this land for his enchanting fireworks, and while his eyes are fixed on the road ahead, you turn and peek under the thick blanket covering the cart. A wave of excitement runs through you as you glimpse an endless array of colourful, magical fireworks ready for tonight. Your journey takes you through a small woodland grove packed with thin, gangly trees. As you enter the wood, a canopy of branches forms above you. A winding track road guides your way through the trees and is bordered by rich green grass, dotted with odd patches of snow that has sieved its way through the canopy. Lining the road are colourful flowers curled up tight, shielding themselves from the winter breeze, a dusting of frost on their petals. Huge icicles droop down from the bare branches of the trees, and to your left, a small stream has completely frozen over, creating a wonderful swirling pattern on the surface. Different shades of blue are mingling together, with jagged silver rocks protruding from the ice. It is quiet and peaceful here. Even the bird song of the countryside has faded now behind the dense cover of the grove. Usually, in spring, summer, and autumn, this woodland is filled with many beautiful animals, peacefully coexisting in this mini paradise. But all have migrated now, or are hibernating for the winter, resting in comfort with their families. The empty woodland appears to enjoy this quiet respite while it lasts. As you travel side by side with the wizard, you are filled with a deep comfort and a quiet reassurance. You can allow yourself to completely relax and let go, knowing that you are protected under his watchful eye. You turn to him, admitting that you are glad he is with you today. The kind old wizard lifts the brim of his hat, and his soft blue eyes give a radiant glow as his beard twitches with a smile. He puts his arm around you and whispers that there is nowhere else he would rather spend his Christmas. In the next moment, you emerge through the end of the grove, and you are met by a small bridge arched in cream-coloured stone over the frozen river below. Beyond the bridge, in the distance, you see the rolling white hills of the Shire. Here is a land of eternal beauty, untouched by the outside world. A land of hope and friendship, of laughter and love, of warm food and a comfortable life. It is the most wonderful place in the world, and it is your home. Perfect white hilltops sweep the horizon, coupled with a silver glitter reflecting the low sun. Underneath the hills are little wooden cottages, each with a perfectly round door in different colours and 2 porthole windows on either side, all illuminated by a soft yellow light from within. Poking through the snow are small brick chimneys, all puffing away in their own steady rhythm and covering the village with an enchanted silver haze. As you make your way over the bridge and through the borders of your village, you see Christmas trees in each garden, decorated with homemade trinkets, baubles, and fairy lights. There is a holly wreath on every door, and the houses are lined with yellow lights along their fence, giving their gardens a soft golden glow. One or two halflings tend to their gardens, shoveling snow and hanging up final decorations. As you ride by, they tip their hats to you, wishing you a wonderful day and a Merry Christmas Eve. With a slow, deep breath, you take in every little detail of this beautiful village. You are finally back, right where you belong. The wizard turns the cart to the right now, down a thin gravel track, and just down the road you can see your front garden peeping out, backed by your very own little house under the hill. The familiar old apple tree rests in one corner, its now bare branches dusted with frost. As you get closer, you notice that the local halflings have planted your very own Christmas tree, decorated with baubles, candy canes, and festive toys, all wrapped up in golden fairy lights. The perfectly round door is painted in your favourite colour and topped with a holly wreath over the brass handle in the middle. And then, perched on your fence, you spot a baby red squirrel looking at you with their innocent eyes, an impatient wiggle in their tail. As the cart rolls past your garden, the squirrel leaps onto the side of it and climbs up along the wooden panels. They clamber over your shoulder and curl up in your lap. You greet them with a gentle stroke on their head, and they sniff your hand affectionately. With a happy heart, you remember your first encounter with this fluffy animal. One morning, before your journey with the wizard to the hidden elven valley, you rescued this creature from the apple tree in your garden when they slipped and nearly fell. After feeding them from your hand and welcoming them to your home, they quickly became a permanent resident in your garden. And now, whenever you return from an adventure, your little friend is waiting, ready to welcome you home. The wizard leads you on through the rolling hills, backed by the now setting sun. A golden red shimmer reflects on the snow, bathing this land in a heavenly light. As you round a corner, you see halfling children sledging down a long, sweeping hillside, all laughing together as their different coloured bobble hats flap in the wind. A few of the children are building a snowman on top of the hill. You watch them twist a carrot into place before stepping back to reveal a very happy snowman wrapped up in a red and green scarf and enjoying the blissful innocence that surrounds him as he overlooks the golden white hills. Then the halfling children spot the wizard, and they run down the hill giggling with excitement. Their little legs follow your cart, desperately trying to keep up as they shout at the top of their voices, begging for some magical fireworks. With a smile, you turn and give the wizard a nudge with your elbow, but his face is stern and his eyes are fixed forward. Just then, his lip begins to quiver and his eyes brighten with mischief. Instantly, there is a burst of small firecrackers behind you in all the colors of the rainbow. The children give a cheer of approval as they jump up and down with glee, and the wizard gives you a subtle wink. There are huge Catherine wheels and sparklers of gold and silver erupting from the back of the cart. The magic of Christmas and the innocence of childhood is captured perfectly in this moment, and right now you cannot help but feel 7 years old again. Your journey takes you down a shallow hill now towards the very heart of the village. It is not yet 5 o'clock, but night comes early at this time of year, and as the last light of the sun falls behind the horizon, the cart trundles over another stone bridge and into the main square at last. There are endless wooden market stalls lit by wonderful lights of red, gold, blue, and green, and the village square is busy with the hustle and bustle of many halflings. In the middle sits an enormous Christmas tree, a deep, dark emerald filled with golden red baubles, soft yellow lights, and handcrafted trinkets. Atop the tree sits a bright silver star, turning by itself and pulsing with a magical glitter. It is made from pure stardust gathered by the elves, the wizard explains, and as a token of friendship was gifted to the little folk of this land. As the wizard brings the cart to a stop, you place your squirrel in the top pocket of your jacket, and they peep out over the top, sniffing the air inquisitively. You wander over to the wizard, who is tying up his horse, and he gives you a bright red apple. You approach the trusty steed and feed them from your hand, giving them a gentle scratch behind the ears. You thank them for bringing you home just in time for Christmas. In the next moment, the wizard places a hand on your shoulder, and you begin to wander together through the markets. The sky has darkened now into a deep, rich blue, and the marketplace twinkles with a trail of fairy lights, casting a protective glow above you. There are 2 long rows of wooden stalls, each with a curved roof topped with snow. The huts are filled with everything from handcrafted clothes, trinkets and toys, to homemade sweets, gingerbread and pastry, fresh hot chocolate and mulled wine coupled with orange or cinnamon. There is the sound of a halfling brass band just outside the market that only completes this wonderful festive atmosphere. As you meander through the busy markets, there are children running through the crowds, laughing and playing together. Many halflings are trading or selling their wares, and there is friendly bartering going on. Some of the little folk are buying last-minute gifts or indulging in a homemade sweet treat. One stall has a long trestle table outside with barrels of fresh beer at each end. Already, a few of the older halflings are swaying happily at this table, sharing stories and enjoying the festive merriment. Suddenly, the smell of melted chocolate begins to wash over you as you approach a green and red market stall. It is decorated in golden lights with a large candy cane outside, and a gentle steam rises from its little wooden chimney. The tantalizing smell only tempts you further, and before you know it, you are inside the hut, standing directly over a huge pot of bubbling hot chocolate, as if by magic. You look suspiciously at the wizard, who only shrugs innocently. The halfling shopkeeper gives you a knowing smile, and you watch with bated breath as she pours a thick, creamy hot chocolate into a small clay mug, a light steam rising from it. You take the warm mug in your hands, and the wizard pays the shopkeeper, ordering another for himself. As the hot chocolate touches your lips, a smooth, warming sensation begins to fill your mouth, softening your lips and your tongue. It trickles down your body, relaxing each and every muscle, and a soft, warm vibration begins to pulse through you. This enchanted drink is melting away any remaining thoughts and releasing all the tension from your body. You are relaxed, weightless, and free, as if you are floating just above the ground. A beautiful warmth rests in your stomach and spreads out down your legs all the way into your toes. A deep comfort runs through your arms into your hands and your fingers. You savor these wonderful sensations and simply enjoy this magical, festive drink. With the last mouthful of hot chocolate, you place your mug on the table with a deep, satisfied sigh. You give the halfling a smile and a bow, bidding them a Merry Christmas, before making your way out of the hut and back through the winter markets. you are met once again by the fresh December air that is wonderful to breathe in. The atmosphere all around you is utterly enchanting, and you are filled with a homely Christmas comfort. Not too far ahead is a group of halfling children laughing and playing together. They are building a gingerbread house atop a low wooden table and piecing together the final bits. You recognize some of the faces from the mischievous group chasing your cart and enjoying the early fireworks. They greet you both with big smiles and beckon for you to come closer. One of the halfling children with thick, curly red hair has noticed your squirrel in your top pocket and stares with a wide-eyed wonder. You gently lift your companion from your pocket and ask the tiny child if they would like to hold the squirrel. You reassure them that they are very friendly. The child nods their head without a word, too excited to speak. In the next moment, your lovely squirrel snuggles up into their palm, apparently enjoying this extra attention. And as they sniff their hand, the child lets out a happy chuckle. Just then, you feel a tug on the bottom of your coat, and as you turn to look, you see the smallest of the halfling children gazing up at you with big, innocent eyes. They hold out a piece of gingerbread in their tiny hand and ask very politely if you'd like to put the door on their gingerbread house. It is the last piece. With a warm smile, you kneel down and tell them you'd be delighted to help. They respond by suddenly growing shy and pressing their chin into their chest, giving a sheepish smile. You gently take the final piece of gingerbread, and the little halfling pipes white icing along the edges. Then, in one careful movement, you slide the gingerbread door into place. As you remove your hand, the house stays intact, strong and proud. You give a sigh of relief as the crowd of children jump up and down with excitement. The wizard gives an approving nod, letting out a low chuckle. The red-haired halfling holds out their hands to you now, and your squirrel hops back into your palm. You place them back into your top pocket as the child thanks you with a beaming smile. You wish them all a very happy Christmas, and the halfling children wave goodbye for now as you and the wizard journey through to the end of the market, coming out on the other side. As you emerge from the crowd, two very mischievous halflings appear in front of you, as if out of thin air, a wide grin on their faces. You know these kind, warm-hearted halflings very well. Both are dear friends to you, but they do have a habit of finding themselves in a lot of mischief, and they have quite the reputation throughout the village. The wizard gives them a curious stare with a raise of his eyebrow, but underneath this serious demeanor, you sense a deep love for these two halflings. Then your wizard bursts into a smile and greets the pair with a warm hug. your group shares a happy embrace and a rich laughter fills the air. The wizard tells you it is time for him to prepare the firework display, so it is done before the Christmas feast. With a subtle wink, he tells you to be sensible now, and before you know it, he has disappeared back through the markets and towards the cart. Your two companions admit they have been waiting for your return, and with a cheeky smile, they add that they have something to show you. You follow behind your friends as they lead you through a small crooked gate and out onto a snowy hilltop that slopes down into the party field. The field is peppered with gold and silver lanterns, like tiny fireflies below. Many halflings are mingling together in crowds, getting ready for the wizard's fireworks. To your right are 3 wooden sledges piled up on top of the hill. Your 2 halflings look to you with a smile, and you each take 1 sledge and perch at the top of the hill, a bubbling excitement in your stomach. You line up between your friends, and a quiet suspense fills the air. Together you count 3, 2, 1, and off you go. Gently now you begin to drift down the snowy hillside. It is a long, shallow hill, and you are gliding on the snow at a perfect pace. A new freedom is washing over you, and the cool breeze gently strokes your cheeks. You are in complete control, and you give yourself permission to just be in this moment as you allow all other thoughts to leave your mind. Your little companion rests in your pocket, sniffing the air and enjoying this wonderful ride with you. You share a wide smile with the halflings, and you each trace a hand along the snow as you drift effortlessly down the hill. The field below is full of the hustle and bustle of many halflings, laughing and playing games together. You can see your wizard rolling a wheelbarrow full of fireworks and putting the final touches on his display. There is the luminous glow of the firefly lanterns pulsing in gold and silver, rounded off with the enormous party tree guarding this sacred land. It is the perfect picture. One or two stars are beginning to show themselves, and the full moon beams down a silver spotlight, guiding your way in a gentle glitter. It feels so wonderful to be home at last and enjoying the Christmas magic of the Shire. As you reach the bottom of the hill, your sledge comes to a natural stop. You roll onto the soft snow, sharing an infectious laughter with your 2 halflings. You thank your friends for this adventure, and through the chuckles they whisper that this was only the beginning. They place a finger on their lips and beckon for you to follow. Under the cover of night, the three of you creep through the snow, round the back of the huge party tree. And there, resting on the trunk, is one of the wizard's fireworks. It is enormous and twisted in colours of blue and green. The halflings turn to you with mischief in their eyes, telling you how they slipped it from the cart earlier, and you know instantly what they have in mind. You are hesitant to disobey the wizard, but you cannot deny the excited temptation running through you. One of the halflings takes the firework out from under the tree, sticking it firmly in the ground. The other produces a match from their pocket and strikes it. Suddenly, you hear a branch snap behind you, and you turn in a flash. There stands the powerful silhouette of the wizard towering over you. The moonlight reveals his bushy raised eyebrow and a disapproving stare. The two halflings stop in their tracks, blowing out the match and dropping the firework. You feel yourself freeze on the spot, a wave of nerves in your stomach. The wizard reveals he saw these two halflings pinch one of his fireworks the moment he arrived. It was to be expected, of course, but what to do with the three of you now, he mutters to himself as his stern eyes flick between you. To your disbelief, his face softens and the wizard lets out a low laughter, telling you that if you were all so desperate to light one, you need only ask. You give a sigh of relief as the wizard takes you all into a warm embrace, proclaiming that all is forgiven in the spirit of Christmas. He even offers the three of you the chance to light the first firework, and you cannot help but wonder if he has been at the gaffer's home brew already. With a new excitement, you quickly make your way to the main field, dotted with gold and silver lights and packed with halflings. A collection of colourful fireworks wait in the ground, ready for the display to begin. The wizard places your borrowed firework front and centre, and you huddle around it with your two halfling companions. One of them strikes another match, and the three of you lock hands around it, agreeing to start the display together. The flame touches the fuse of the firework, and it lights with a golden fizz. You quickly step back and join the wizard at the front of the crowd as the burning fuse edges closer and closer. Suddenly, the flame disappears and the firework lets out a hiss, propelling into the sky. The firework soars up and up, deep into the black beyond. And just then, there is a beautiful eruption of colour. You feel a ripple of blue and green beaming across your face, and the firework spreads like a blossoming flower through the night. A new excitement runs through the crowd as the wizard steps forward, and with his wooden staff to hand, he begins to cast his magic over the rest of the fireworks. there are gold and silver streaks disappearing into the air, followed by a kaleidoscope of colour swirling together in the sky. One of the fireworks takes the shape of a huge red dragon soaring through the night and over the moon. It bellows out an orange flame above you, and you are blanketed with a beautiful warmth and a deep comfort. The dragon glides over the crowd and disappears beyond the snowy horizon before erupting into a dazzling display of colour. A rainbow of fireworks arches over the sky now, backed by a pulsing golden glow. Another firework fizzles into a glistening white horse, galloping down towards the ground and across the front of the field. There are little firework birds darting across the night, and an enchanted blue whale leaps over the party tree, crashing down in a wave of turquoise and sapphire. You cannot help but gaze in wonder at these majestic fireworks. You hold your squirrel in your hands now as their innocent eyes trace the colourful night, their steady breath rising and falling in the palm of your hand. You look over to the wizard in full control of this magical display, and to your halfling friends, both with their arms around you. There is nowhere else you would rather be tonight, and in this magical moment, nothing else matters. The wizard lights a small box of fireworks with his staff, and a wonderful collection of silver whiz poppers begin to pepper the air around you. The halfling children chase the whiz poppers across the field, desperately trying to catch one. Thin blue fireworks shoot up into the night, and they give a subdued pop, leaving behind a collection of glowing blue orbs, like little moons dancing across the night. It's as if you are floating ever so slightly above the ground, immersed in a kingdom of starlight. It is a breathtaking display, full of magic and wonder, and you feel so blessed to be one of the lucky few to witness it. This is a memory that will stay with you forever. As the display comes to an end, there is one final eruption of red, green, and gold. It falls like glitter over the crowd and is met by a thunderous applause. As the last few sparks slowly fade, a low murmur begins to run through the crowd. Rumours have spread that up in the local tavern, the Christmas feast is nearly ready. You feel your belly rumble, and with the wonderful memories of this display still flashing through your mind, you follow the group of hungry halflings back up the hill ready for a festive banquet. An excited buzz fills the air, and you walk side by side with your wizard and your two halflings, reminiscing on a beautiful day so far, full of wonder, laughter, and all the magic of Christmas. You reach the top of the hill and follow the crowd through a rickety wooden gate and into the main square. The market stalls are empty now, but continue to glow with golden fairy lights. The round green door of the tavern rests underneath a snow-topped hillside, and the walls curve out towards you in a horseshoe. Porthole windows are peppered in perfect symmetry, and a large sign swings above the door with an emerald green dragon in the middle. You are filled with the desire to sit by a warm hearth, completely relaxed, enjoying good food, wonderful company, and all the comforts of home. At the entrance to the tavern, welcoming the guests, is a small grey-haired halfling, the most famous halfling of all, and a very old friend of yours. As soon as you lock eyes, you both give a warm smile and fall into a tight embrace, laughing with joy at seeing each other once again. The old halfling whispers in your ear that too long is the time spent apart from our friends. He turns to the wizard, congratulating him on the most excellent fireworks, never failing to disappoint. Truly, he adds, a night to remember. Then this old halfling pulls you to one side, telling you that tonight, after the great feast, you are invited to join him for a Christmas nightcap at his house under the hill, along with the wizard. Putting your arm around him, you gladly accept the invitation and guide him gently into the tavern. You are met with a wave of heat and the sound of a gurgling fire set in one corner of the tavern underneath a stone fireplace. The smell of a cooking Christmas feast begins to drift out into the air. Many halflings are already huddling together at long trestle tables, laughing and sharing stories over a fresh local ale. The floor is made up of round clay tiles, providing a soft warmth under your feet. The dark oak beams are perfectly spaced apart, and many oil lanterns are dotted around the tavern, giving off a soft golden glow. The wooden bar to your left is backed by endless barrels of beer, each with their own small tap. A small crowd are laughing together and calling out for more ale as 3 or 4 halflings work away tirelessly, keeping up with the demand. You find a seat on a long trestle table in the middle of the tavern and sit between your 2 halfling companions. You set your squirrel on your shoulder and their eyes dart around the tavern, hoping for a spot of dinner themselves. You join in with the bubbling conversations around the table, now full of many more halflings, most of whom you know or recognize. Stories and fables are passed around the group now. Your wizard and the old halfling recount tales of dragons, dwarves, and adventure. There is talk of fierce battles, great kings of old, and trolls turned to stone by the rising sun. With an ale firmly in hand, the old halfling recites elven poetry, describing beautiful gems of starlight as pure as the moon, forged in the very first age of this earth, and said to hold powers of untold magic. There is a golden aura radiating from this old halfling as all the focus of the tavern is fixed on him. He might be a little different from the other folk, but there is a deep love and respect for this famous character, shared by all who dwell here. You feel blessed to call him your friend. In the next moment, the kitchen doors swing open and a parade of halflings emerge, carrying wooden trays over their shoulders. A beautiful blend of smells ripples through the air. Roasted chestnuts, home-cooked carrots and potatoes, braised red cabbage, fresh roasted garlic, pigs in blankets, hot gravy boats, and a Christmas goose as the centerpiece. A few halflings are going round each table, pouring drinks. There is ale or mulled wine for the older guests, and juice or hot chocolate for the little ones. Just then, a halfling chef walks over to your table, carrying a very tiny plate of freshly roasted chestnuts. The chef puts it down next to you, a festive treat for your furry companion. In one quick movement, your squirrel leaps down next to the plate and begins to devour their tiny Christmas feast. The entire table cannot help but chuckle at this lovely little animal, and you stroke their head now as they nibble away in bliss. When the final tray is put down, you are told at last to begin. You fill your plate with the wonderful food, choosing all of your favorite Christmas treats and topping it off with a rich, hot gravy. This is food for the heart and soul, and with every bite there is a warm and homely comfort filling your body. Your refreshing drink cleanses the palate and soothes your mind, quieting any remaining thoughts. As you gaze around the tavern, enjoying your feast, you feel completely at peace here and full of love for all these people around you. You are grateful for the wizard who is always there for you, guiding your way and comforting you in times of need. You are thankful for your furry companion who teaches you the value of unconditional love, and for your halfling friends with whom you have so many magical memories and who truly are the very heart of this land. You know with surety that no matter where life takes you, you can always come back to your home in the Shire. and be reunited with all of your friends here and enjoy the peaceful tranquility of this enchanted land. As the feast comes to an end, you sit back full and satisfied, with a belly of hot, delicious food, and a little hint of tiredness begins to wash over you. You hope that it might be time to head back to the old halfling's house under the hill, but as you turn to speak with him, you notice he has climbed up onto the table, a full tankard of the gaffer's home brew held loosely in his hand. He begins to make a slightly slurred speech about the importance of community and friendship, and how happy he is to be in league with such excellent folk. He turns to you, giving a mischievous wink as he sways with a smile. You cannot help but laugh at this wonderful old halfling, a real treasure of this land. Your wizard stands up with a chuckle and puts his arm around the old halfling. He announces that the time has come for the lighting of the magic Christmas lanterns. A new excitement mingles around the tavern, and gradually, one by one, the crowd begins to filter out of the door and back out into the cool Christmas Eve. You pick up your squirrel, whose little round belly is protruding now. You place them back in your top pocket, and they fall asleep instantly. As you leave the tavern, 2 more halflings are standing at the door, handing out the lanterns. They are made from a thin, white fabric and have a small unlit candle at the bottom. You take a lantern and follow the troop up a long, winding pathway, led by the wizard and the old halfling. You walk side by side with your 2 halfling companions, marching together in a peaceful, satisfied silence. The wizard never mentioned these lanterns to you, and you wonder what magical surprise awaits you now. Above you, the glitter of the night pulses in a starlight dome, and the white orb of the moon beams down, illuminating the rolling landscape. As you reach the top of the hill, you can see right across the Shire. The many houses under the snow-capped hills are glowing with golden lights from their windows, and the colourful decorations pepper their gardens. You watch in amazement as the wizard casts a silent spell over the land, and every single light of the Shire goes out. And then your lantern lights by itself, giving off an enchanting pulse in your favourite colour. The wizard announces that these lanterns are an opportunity for you to send a Christmas wish to someone you love. And when the lantern disappears into the night, you will know that your wish has arrived. You allow your thoughts to drift to someone close to your heart and think of the wish that you would like to give them this Christmas. When everyone is ready, the crowd begins to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and together you let go of your lanterns. A rainbow of light ascends into the sky, and thoughts of that special someone fill your heart as you send off your wish and your love. The constellations are out in full force and are the perfect backdrop to the multicolored lanterns. The light from the stars eases your mind, and you feel a sense of tranquility floating through your body. Looking up at this majestic display, you suddenly have the feeling that everything will be okay. One by one, the lanterns across the sky begin to fade. Your eyes are fixed on your lantern as it slowly moves further and further away and towards the starlight. And now you watch with a full heart as your very own lantern dims, before finally disappearing into the night. Your Christmas wish has arrived. As the last of the lanterns begin to fade, the lights of the Shire flick back on in perfect timing. There is a beautiful heaviness washing over you now, with a quiet fulfillment and peace. It has been a night to remember, one that will stay with you forever. And now your two halfling companions give a wide yawn, tired out from their day of mischief. They bid you a warm good night and reassure you that they will see you tomorrow for a Christmas walk through the Shire. They turn to the wizard and the old halfling and bid you all a very Merry Christmas, before trotting off down the hill, humming a happy tune together. As a gentle snow begins to fall and the night air starts to cool, you think it might be time for a Christmas nightcap. You place your arm around the old halfling and walk side by side with the wizard as you make your way back across the hill and towards the loveliest house of them all. You take a moment to really appreciate the night sky, full of a magical starlight pulsing above you as the gentle snowflakes pepper your cheeks. One or two shooting stars pass overhead, and you cannot help but wonder if these might be more Christmas wishes on their way to loved ones around the world. And then, just as you round a corner and approach the top of another hill, you see a beautiful homely hut waiting for you. The garden is lined with a brown wattle fence made of thin branches weaved together. A wooden gate sits in the middle, sealed with a metal latch. From the gate are a series of stone steps rising to the left and leading all the way up to a perfectly round emerald door with a brass doorknob in the exact middle. There is a soft glow coming from the 2 porthole windows on either side of the door. For one last time tonight, you turn and gaze out over the majestic hillsides, dotted with round doors and golden lights, enmeshed with a falling snow. There is the distant noise of halflings bidding each other a Merry Christmas and a warm good night, before the land finally falls into silence and the village enters a peaceful slumber. The old halfling opens the gate as you and the wizard follow behind now up the shallow stone steps, arriving at the front door. As the door swings open, a beautiful warmth envelops you, and you step inside the perfect little home. With the door firmly closed behind you, you take off your thick snow boots, your woolly hat, and your jacket, hanging them on a wooden coat rack in the corner. You gently remove your squirrel from your pocket and place them on a small coffee table, fast asleep. The old halfling produces a mini blanket and places it over your furry companion, keeping them cozy tonight. The rich crackle of the fire fills the air, and the wooden floor is toasty under your feet. The gentle ticking of an old clock rounds off this perfect atmosphere. The wizard lights 1 or 2 oil lanterns, and they give off a soft glow through the rustic living room, illuminating the dark oak beams arched above you. Outside the porthole windows, the snow falls thick and heavy, creating a pile on the window ledge. Meanwhile, the old halfling has disappeared into the next room, only to return a moment later holding 3 Christmas stockings with your names stitched across the top. Then, from his pocket, he pulls out a tiny stocking no bigger than your palm, a gift for your lovely little squirrel. With a quiet excitement, you hook them over the mantelpiece, one by one. The halfling then pours you and your wizard a drink of your choice, and the 3 of you share a warm smile. You clink your tankards together and bid your friends a Merry Christmas. Then you slowly bring it to your lips and enjoy your first sip of this delicious Christmas drink. The wizard sits back in one of the 2 armchairs and takes from his bag a large leather-bound book with thick pages of old yellow parchment, and he flicks through in a comfortable silence. You wander over to the big, comfortable sofa, the sofa you have fallen asleep on many times. As you sit down, you feel all the weight leave your body. Your dear halfling sits next to you in a second armchair, twice the size of him, and his feet wiggle above the floor. With a satisfied sigh, he picks up a large red journal and begins to write, occasionally chuckling to himself as he ponders his own wonderful memories of tonight. You take the time now to just enjoy this peaceful atmosphere and to simply be. The sound of the halfling scribbling away, mingled with the presence of the wizard, the ticking of the clock, and the warmth of the fire is utterly enchanting. You take in this wonderful cottage with dark oak beams curved across the roof, the beautiful stone fireplace, and the magical snowfall just outside the window. With a smile now, you recount every little detail from today and reminisce on what has been a magical Christmas Eve, full of joy, laughter, and friendship. Your thoughts turn now to the lighting of the lanterns and to that special someone who you have sent a Christmas wish this year. You keep this person close to your heart tonight, knowing that they will always be with you, no matter what. Just then, the halfling stands up and rummages through a small chest. Finally, he pulls out a thick red blanket with white stitching along the edge. You know this blanket very well. It is of elven make and deeply enchanted. Many times when you have slept in this house before, the halfling has laid this blanket over you, and its magical enchantments have relaxed your body and melted away all of your worries. The old halfling passes the blanket to you and whispers that this is yours now. He knows how much you love it and would like you to keep it. An early Christmas present, he adds. This truly is a special gift and not one given lightly. You bring the halfling into a warm hug and thank him for this wonderful present as the wizard watches on with a soft smile. You lie down on the sofa now and pull your warm blanket over you. Instantly, there is a warmth and heaviness filling your body. Your feet become soft and your ankles are loose. The muscles in your calves soften and relax. Your knees release and a warm vibration runs into your thighs, melting away any tension in your legs. This warmth moves into your buttocks and softens your lower back as you feel yourself sink deeper and deeper into the sofa. A gentle heat trickles up and down your spine, relaxing each vertebra bit by bit. Your stomach becomes soft and your chest is open and free as you breathe slow and deep. Your arms hang heavy by your side and a soft vibration runs through them, all the way into your hands and your fingertips. The muscles in your shoulders let go of all tension, and a new warmth runs up into your neck, softening each muscle like butter melting. The muscles in your face are completely relaxed. Your jaw is loose, your lips are soft, and your eyes are heavy. Any remaining thoughts, worries, or concerns are falling away from you and fading out of sight. There is no need to think about anything at all. Your body can be heavy and your mind can be free. The wizard places a gentle hand on your forehead, reminding you that you are safe here and that he will watch over you tonight. You have so many adventures ahead of you, and tomorrow you will spend a magical Christmas day in the heart of the Shire. But for now, it is time to rest. You are safe, you are cozy, and you are completely at peace, tucked up in the beautiful home of your dear old halfling. It is time now to dream of beautiful things and to be filled with all the wonderful memories of the day as you give thanks for a magical Christmas Eve in the Shire.